Hello? I now call the meeting to order.
Honorable Chairperson, perhaps the first item on the agenda is credentials and apologies. Then you may wish to invite the committee secretary to.
Yes, I request the secretariat to carry on.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was kicked out. I believe we're dealing with credentials now.
Yes.
I'd like to confirm that the quorum was met based on the registration. In terms of attendance, Chair, we have yourself from Tanzania, Chair. We have the Vice Chair, also confirmed from Namibia. We have the Honorable Member from Angola. We have Honorable Member from Botswana. We have Honorable Member from DRC. We have the Honorable Member from Lesotho. We have the Honorable Member from Madagascar. We have the Honorable Member from Malawi. We have the Honorable Member from Mauritius. We have the Honorable Member from Seychelles. We have the Honorable Member from South Africa. And we have the Honorable Member from Zambia having registered. However, Honorable Chair, we have apologies from Mozambique. We also have an apology from Eswatini and Zimbabwe, who have not yet constituted their team for SADC membership. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. And I'm happy that new number have registered, and that this proves that we have the quorum. Having said so, we are ready to start our meeting. Members of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Gender Equity, Equality, Women and Advancement and Youth Development, parliamentarians from SADC National Parliaments, Her Excellency.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry,
Yes.
Chair. If you'd allow me to just come in, please. We may go to the adoption.
Oh, I've skipped them.
Of the agenda, and if you allow me, I can share it. Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead.
All right, I'll be sharing just now, Chair.
I'm waiting for you.
I hope we have it.
Yes.
Chair, from my end, I have shared. I hope we have it on the screen.
No, it's not on the screen. It's not showing. Okay, ready. Ready.
Yes, Chair, that is the agenda.
Yes.
We can go on to adoption. I don't know whether the House agrees with the draft agenda.
Honorable members, if you have now received the agenda, do you agree with them? Someone to come upon and say so?
I see Seychelles proposing, Chair, and I see South Africa and Zambia.
Hello?
Seconding.
Yes, Madam Chair, I propose that we adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Regina.
And Zambia second.
Thank you so much, Princess. Now I may say that all the agendas have been adopted.
That we adopt the agenda.
Thank you.
With the agenda adopted, Chair, we can move on to your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I thank all those who have supported, and now we've adopted the agenda. Members of the SADC-PF Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, dear parliamentarians from SADC national parliaments, Her Excellency M.S. Boem Segoma, SADC-PF Secretariat General, SADC Secretariat Representative M.S. Boga Dambuza, Acting Head Gender, SADC citizens from across the region, representatives of SADC Youth Forum, Southern Africa, Southern Africa, SRHR, Trust and Youth Organizations, representatives of civil society organizations and partners, SADC-PF Secretariat, staff and staff of SADC national parliaments, representatives of media organizations, distinguished participants. Good morning to you all. I thank God that we have been able to see this day and we are all ready to start our meeting. I'm pleased to welcome you to the statutory meeting for the Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development. I sincerely applaud you, honorable members, for making time to attend to our SADC parliamentary duties. Honorable members, as you may have noted, the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development has a loaded program that runs from this morning and ends after 16 hours, is tabulated in the circulated agenda. You will notice we are starting with an in-house meeting now, where we are going to consider minutes, confirming if they were an accurate record of the meeting we held on 12th May 2023 at Radisson Blue OR Oliver Tambo Hotel in Johannesburg, South Africa. Honorable members, you will notice that after the in-house meeting, we will then go into a public hearing where we shall receive submissions from several stakeholders. The theme for this public hearing is amplifying citizens' voices in regional integration in Southern Africa, bridging the engagement gap by bringing parliament to the people. I would like to encourage honorable members to actively engage these submissions to enable us to get maximum benefit from the expertise of the people or institutions submitting. Members going by the program we are likely to have at least 16 submissions today. As you may be aware, this public hearing started yesterday with the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, and they will run up to the Wednesday, the 18th October, 2023. May I take this opportunity to congratulate our chair lady yesterday, Honorable Regina, for conducting that meeting so well, and to congratulate all those submissions. I would like to encourage you to participate in the other public hearings as well, and to invite our counterparts and constituents to participate in these public hearings because in line with the name, they are meant and open to the public. Honorable members, at this juncture, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and her team for their work in facilitating for this session to take place. Specifically, I would like to thank our two staff that shall directly support our committee, namely Mrs. Ifoma Hamabele Mulewa from the Parliament of Zambia, who is our secretary, as well as MS Kulala Irasoa Munalimbi from the Parliament of Madagascar, who will be our moderator during the public hearing and is our media of publicity personnel. With these remarks, I wish our committee fruitful deliberation. I thank you. May I now declare that the meeting is open. Secretariat, please.
Yes, Chair. We shall now go into consideration. You can call for consideration of the minutes. I shall just project them up there, Chair. Chair, are you able to get me?
Yes, it's shown
Okay.
there.
Thank you, Chair.
So we are now going through our previous minutes. Secretariat?
Yes, Chair, if you're okay, I can read step by step so
Yes,
that
I'm
corrections
waiting
are
for
done. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Honorable members and Chair, you will realize those were the members present during that meeting. Apologies came through from Botswana and Eswatini and Lesotho. That is the list of secretarial team that were present, and we had our resource person from Africa Division Director, Equity, Open Society Africa. That is the agenda that we had considered, Chair, during that particular meeting. And as indicated on the attendance list, we had 12 members present. Going to the remarks of that you gave us, Chair, I will go through that. In welcoming all members to the meeting, the chairperson highlighted the committee was being convened under the theme, the role of parliamentarians in promoting gender and climate justice agenda in the SADC region. You indicated, Chair, that the theme was timely and appropriate in view of the effects of climate change, which the world was grappling with. Chairperson, you explained that evidence had demonstrated that gender equality and climate justice were inextricably linked. This was the case because in any climate crisis, it was us women and girls who often face the greatest impacts from environmental degradation and natural disasters, as was the case in many other spheres of our lives. Further, Chair, you clarified that the impacts of climate change on women were numerous. You indicated that ranging from increased poverty to escalations in gender-based violence. Chair, you noted that the situation in the SADC region was not different from the rest of Africa, from our continent in large, where us women were disproportionately affected by the impact of climate change. You indicated that the SADC region continued to battle the challenge of gender inequality, with several member states struggling to eliminate both the evident and unseen barriers to gender equality. Chair, you indicated that statistically, women continued to lag behind compared to our male counterparts in all spheres of development. In addition, you brought out the aspect of the youth in the SADC region also face various difficulties, and you notably pointed out joblessness. Madam Chair, you specified that climate change affected women more negatively compared to men in the areas of agriculture production, food and nutrition, security, health, water and energy, climate-related disasters, migration, and conflict, among others. You also informed us, Chair, that the committee was going to unpack the nexus between gender and climate change and what you parliamentarians could do to change the situation. The committee, you indicated that the committee would receive a presentation that would be both conceptual, to bring out conceptual aspects as well as practical aspects regarding the theme. You went on, Chair, to share that the latest information and evidence regarding the way women and girls were disproportionately affected by climate change in the SADC region was also going to be shared. Chair, in considering the minutes, on a motion by Honorable from South Africa and seconded by an Honorable member from Zimbabwe, the minutes of the meeting were adopted without amendments. Going to matters arising, that was just the background. In reviewing the presentations made during the committee's previous meeting, members updated the meeting on the latest developments as regards some of the topical issues deliberated as set out below. Chair, you will recall that the previous minutes were looking at a public hearing just like the one we had. So in reviewing the minutes, we specified to the submissions that were made. So in 2022, there was during the public hearing, there was a submission that was made that looked at protection of children against sexual abuse and exploitation by Mr. Marabi from Afrique Tikkun. The committee took note that there was need for establishment and maintenance of a command center on violence against children. This would ensure that violence against children was specifically addressed, separate from gender-based violence. In terms of the deliberations during the meeting in Joburg, Chair, the remarks were that members reported that their countries were progressively working on establishing and maintaining the violence against children. There was also another consideration, Chair, on the presentation on the protection of children against sexual abuse and exploitation by Mr. Marabi again. The committee noted that there was need for increased funding for child protection services, and for the organization which solely operated to protect and safeguard children. Chair, members reported that their national parliaments were progressively budgeting for funding for child protection programs. In terms of the presentation on why young women struggle for employment in the SADC region by Ms. Tsitsi from SRHR Africa Trust, it was submitted that member states should enact stiffer laws on sexual exploitation and establish fast-track courts to deal with these cases. That was the main point. In the meeting, Chair, it was resolved or agreed that members reported that their parliaments were progressively working on enacting stiffer laws around curbing sexual exploitation. Chair, there was also a review on the presentation why girls drop out of school by Foster Mafali. Why girls were dropping out of school. Again, this was from SAT. And they indicated that comprehensive sexuality education in schools was critical in providing information that would abate vices such as teenage pregnancies. It was submitted that there was need to increase the budgetary allocation towards school reproductive health programs that would facilitate young people's access to sexual reproductive health services and provide conducive environments for the provision of these stated services. Chair, the members in the meeting indicated that a number of members had submitted that they had advocated for a budget line for public schools to provide sanitary attire. Within the meeting, other countries reported that they had advocated for the removal of taxes on sanitary wear to lower the price of the products. Here, Chair, Mauritius indicated that the young were provided with an allowance. I think this was a unique case, so Mauritius came out and indicated that in their country, actually the young were provided with an allowance for personal sexual reproductive health needs. Another presentation that was reviewed is why girls drop out of school on SAT for reproductive, again, it was by SAT. The committee noted that there was need to strengthen the engagement of communities and traditional leaders so that they could advocate for sexual reproductive health services and comprehensive sexuality education in schools. Chair, in the meeting, members reported that their parliaments were progressively working on enhancing collaboration between parliament and community stakeholders. Another review was made, Chair, during the meeting on the presentation on how practices such as female genital mutilation affects the lives of women. Having reviewed the presentation, the issue was that the practice of female genital mutilation occurred due to low levels of education. Stakeholders appealed to member states to enact laws to address female genital mutilation, especially with regard to protection, prevention, and prosecution of perpetrators of female genital mutilation. In the meeting, members reported that their parliaments were progressively working on enhancing the discourse on female genital mutilation in parliamentary fora. Chair, those were the issues that were reviewed. In terms of the presentation, Chair, of the issue of focus, the committee received a presentation on the role of parliamentarians in promoting gender and climate justice agenda in the SADC region from Mr. GEWAYD, the African Division Director, Open Society Foundations. In the presentation, the committee noted that climate change affected all people, but the issue is that it did not affect them equally, because in any given climate crisis, women and girls experience the greatest impacts of climate change, which was amplified by pre-existing gender inequalities. This situation posed unique threats to women's livelihoods, health, and safety. Therefore, climate change was not gender neutral. It was explained that generally across the world, women depended more on natural resources, such as land and nature, which were fundamentally affected by climate change. Agriculture was the most important employment sector for women in the lower middle income countries during periods of drought, erratic rainfall, and floods. Women as agricultural workers and primary procurers worked harder to secure income and resources for their families. Chair, further, in many regions, it was reported, women bore a disproportionate responsibility for securing food, water, and fuel. Particularly in developing countries like those in the SADC region, the consequences of climate change increase the burden for women and girls. An example was cited, Chair, causing them to travel further to obtain daily supplies, leaving less time for paid work, and potentially exposing them to greater risks to their personal safety. It was presented, Chair, that for girls, climate change put added pressure on them, as they often had to leave school to help their mothers manage the increased burden that came with consequences of climate change. The committee chair took note that when natural disasters struck, women were less likely to survive and more likely to be injured. Such gender inequalities created disparities in information, mobility, decision-making, and access to resources and training. In the aftermath of natural disasters, women and girls were less able to access relief assistance, further threatening their livelihoods, well-being, and recovery, and creating a vicious cycle of vulnerability to future disasters. Furthermore, Chair, the presenter indicated that women's and girls' health were endangered by climate change and disasters by limiting access to services and healthcare, as well as increasing risks related to maternal and child health. Further research indicated that extreme heat, an example that was cited, Chair, is that research indicated that extreme heat increased the incidence of stillbirth, and climate change was increasing the spread of vector-borne illnesses such as malaria, dengue fever, Zika virus, which were linked to worse maternal and neonatal outcomes. It was submitted that parliamentarians needed to take pragmatic action, for example, by voting for budgets that could enhance funding.
Excuse me.
Yes, Chair.
I can't hear.
Sorry, Chair.
It was difficult to hear you, but now please carry on.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Sorry for that. I hope I can continue from where I ended, or do I move a bit back?
Just continue, thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair. It was submitted that parliamentarians needed to take pragmatic action, for example, by voting for budgets that could enhance funding towards climate change mitigation actions. Preferably, parliamentarians needed to advocate for concessional loans or grant financing more than embracing commercial loans. It was further submitted that parliamentarians should hold the executive accountable for the implementation of women and youth-centered industrial policy. In this regard, the government must have flexible carbon targets and budgets, and they must resist the aid for unfair outright bans on certain goods. Consequently, there was need for common but differentiated responsibilities. Some of the interventions to mitigate climate change impact vis-a-vis gender equality was as basic as using gas as a transitional fuel for cooking. The committee noted that parliamentarians needed to advocate for improvement in early warning systems and agencies. This entailed having women included in early warning plans and programs. This way, women would be visible in climate change solutions, and there would therefore be needs addressed, in the crisis situation. This meant that in spite of their vulnerability, women should not only be seen as victims of climate change, but they could also be active and effective agents of promoters of adaptation and mitigation. The proposal would be augmenting already existing skills, because women had historically developed knowledge and skills related to water harvesting and storage, food preservation and rationing, natural resource management. Adaptation initiatives, therefore, needed to identify and address gender-specific impacts of climate change, particularly in areas related to water, food, security, agriculture, energy, health, disaster management, and conflict. Important gender issues associated with women's priorities and needs also needed to be reflected in the development planning and funding process. The involvement of women in the development of new technologies could ensure that such technologies are adaptive, appropriate, and sustainable. Therefore, parliamentarians needed to hold the executive accountable for programs aimed at enhancing gender-sensitive investments in adaptation, mitigation, technology transfer, and capacity building. That was the presentation, Chair. In deliberating and giving recommendations, the committee noted that climate change could be considered as a business opportunity. As such, parliamentarians needed to persuade their governments to invest in youth ingenuity in mitigation and adaptive measures, such as production of solar panels, water harvesting and energy reservations, among others. Further, member states needed to pass laws that promoted the use of clean energy. Furthermore, Africa must stop playing the victim and change its response to climate change. Hence, it is important to invest in research, development, and innovation on matters of climate change. Finally, Chair, there was a call to prioritize climate change in parliamentary initiatives, for instance, budget allocation, passing of climate change sensitive laws, and augmenting oversight in policies around climate change. In closing, Chair, you gave closing remarks and you indicated, you thanked all the participants for their very useful contributions. You went on to applaud the resource person for thought-provoking presentation, considering the cardinal and unique role of parliaments in governance. You challenged the committee members to utilize the knowledge they had acquired and to develop more innovative responses and to gather and use evidence in gender and climate justice matters. Chair, you also were elated and urged the committee members to be motivated to keep abreast of latest developments and trends around climate change, not only in Africa, but across the globe. This would greatly enhance the promotion of gender equality and climate justice in the region. Chair, you expressed gratitude to the Secretary General and her team for their commitment and hard work in facilitating a successful meeting of the committee. There being no further business, Chair, you adjourned the meeting at 14:36 hours. Thank you, Chair. Those were the minutes.
Thank you very much, our committee secretary, for a job very well done. But now I'm inviting our honorable members if there is anything we left behind. But before going to that, I'm requesting you again to take us page by page to make few corrections, maybe language corrections or anything. Please carry us through page by page. We are now on page 1. attendance and those who are present. If there's no, then may you please move forward. Page 2. If you see any show of hand, please guide me.
Chair, there's a hand from Angola.
Okay, thank you so much. May I welcome, I don't see the name, but honorable member, you're welcome from Angola.
Muito bom dia, senhora presidenta. Essa presidenta é mais no jeito brasileiro. Senhora presidente, sou a deputada Teresa da Silva Neto, presidente do Grupo das Mulheres Parlamentares de Angola. Gostaria de pedir que fosse retificado na lista de presença o número 4, o meu nome. Está Teresa José Adeline, é Adelina, e falta da Silva Neto, da Silva, porque o meu nome é Teresa José Adelina da Silva Neto. Não sei se me ouvem.
Thank you, Teresa. Yes, taken. Thank you.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Teresa. Page 3 now. I believe if there were any corrections, then all of us would have noted somewhere. So we may move to page 4. Any show of hand? Page 5.
There's a hand from Michelle, Chair.
On page 4. Yes, welcome, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I just wanted to query about the numbering. Because when I'm looking at page 4, there is 5.2, 5.3, and then 5.4. I see the same title in 5.4 as in 5.5, even though the content are not the same. But I would suggest that maybe 5.4 would be 5.41, and then the 5.5 would be 5.42. Because if you look at the heading, it says presentation of Why Women Drop Out of School by Ms. Foster Mafilia from Sexual Reproductive Health Rights, Africa Trust, SAT. And the same title is for 5.5. My suggestion is maybe the numbering should be 5.41 and 5.42 for the second one.
Thank you very much, Honorable Regina, for that observation. It's really a good one. Secretariat, please take note.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you. Page 5.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, you're welcome, Honorable
Yeah.
Regina.
And as we go down, maybe the numbering should change and 5.6 should be 5.5. And then when we go to page 6, my problem, when we go to page 5, my problem is on this presentation of the thematic issues of focus 6.0. And then when you go down, you will see it's a long page. If you want to refer to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th paragraph, I think maybe it should be 6.0, the next paragraph 6.01 or 6.012, so that when we're making reference, we will know exactly which paragraph we are talking about, because this paragraph is, this 6.0 is very long, and it also escalates on the next page.
Thank you, Honorable Regina.
I think the
If I
numbering
may-
should be, yeah, we should see about the numbering.
Yeah, but then 6.0 was a presentation on the thematic issues of focus. So the whole 6.0, if you may recall, in that meeting, it was a presentation made by someone. So the title carries the number 6.0. Well, I think you should bear with us to name it as a presentation, the way it's written, because we cannot keep on numbering all the paragraphs, Honorable. That's how we saw it. But if you suggest that we keep on numbering paragraphs, then it's going to be something which will lose the taste of the content, the way I find it. And that's how we did it earlier with the Secretariat. And so we allowed the Secretariat to send the draft to all members. But we still have a room to see of it. So Secretariat, having taken the observation and what I've just said, please allow me to move. Thank you, Honorable Rich. Page 6.
I don't see any comment, Chair. We move.
Okay. Page 7. Thank you so much. Honorable members, we shall now consider the minutes to confirm if they are with the corrections. So we should consider those minutes with an accurate record of the meeting. We'll consider the minutes item by item, which we've just done. And if there are any changes, then they'll be included in the whole. May I now request adoption of the minutes together with the corrections made earlier? Thank you, Honorable Saima. May I
you.
call Honorable Saima?
Yes, yes, Excellency. Thank you so much for inviting me and sharing your wonderful knowledge. It's a very wonderful opportunity to be here. Thank you, all the committee members. I am the Counselor of Foreign Affairs from the Nomi Kingdom, representing East Africa, the Purpose Tribe, the land of Kush. The presentation is very nice. I feel that some points should be added, such as women cards on climate change encouragement, in which women cards should have some kind of plans or programs, that these are the women cards, and under which there are some initiative facility that a woman can achieve on taking such programs, such as water, food specific impact, climate change.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry.
Yes. Am I audible? Should I continue?
Sorry, Chair. Since we're looking at adoption, we need people who were in the
Yes.
meeting, Chair. Sorry.
I just didn't want to interrupt her, but then we'll come back to what she's proposing when we go to matters arising. Thank you.
Definitely, Excellency. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I will be waiting. Thank you.
Thank you, Saima. I saw another hand, and that one, Okay. So may I now declare that the minutes are duly adopted?
Sorry, Chair, I think I remained behind a bit. Who is the mover? I have Namibia as the mover. We need a seconder, unless I missed it.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Paula. I don't see your hand somewhere. I only hear the voice. I'm missing something on my screen. Thank you so much then. Having adopted the minutes now, we are going to matters arising.
Sorry, Chair, for taking over. We need a second.
And I second the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Madam Reggie moved the motion and she was seconded by Honorable Bola. I think we are through. Oh, honorable members, are we together? Is that okay with you?
Madam Chair, excuse me.
Yes.
It was not me who moved for the adoption of the motion. It was somebody else.
Oh.
Chair, from my documenting, I have Namibia as the mover and South Africa as the seconder. Thank you.
Secretariat.
Madam Chair.
Kindly guide me if I'm lost somewhere.
Chair,
I was mover and seconder.
Chair, I was saying from the recording, I have Namibia as the mover and South Africa as the seconder in adopting the minutes. Thank you, Chair.
By this juncture, then we are through, aren't we?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you so much. Now, Secretariat, honorable members, we have matters arising from the, do we have any matters arising from the minutes? Honorable members? What is in record, Committee Secretary? You should by now start clarifying any matters arising. You're welcome. Committee Secretary?
Yes, Chair. I do not see any hands. I can move.
And what is in record with you?
So far, from my end, there is nothing unless a member raises an issue related to the minutes, Chair.
Earlier, I requested a staff in the name of Saima Kihuru to come forward now and explain what she started explaining about climate change. Saima, please, you're welcome. Are you still with us in the meeting?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Okay.
Thank you so
the floor
much
is for you now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My suggestion is that women cards should be issued on climate change encouragement, and women, if she participates, then there should be some kind of incentive given to her as discount or women cards, as well as when she is traveling, there should be a women's scooty given to her so that her transport should be easy and convenient to access to the markets. So with that, I yield the floor. Thank you so much. All protocols observed.
Before you cancel your discussion, I request you to speak slowly on what you are talking about, the mail cards. I didn't get you well. You are suggesting that they should be given incentives. Can you mention which page you are? So that all of us will understand you and speak the same language?
Yes, Your Excellency. The current page that
It
right
should be
now,
in our minutes, yeah? Which page
yes,
in our minutes?
the current page, the page that is second paragraph, it was explained
Second
that
paragraph of which page? Moment.
the current page, the current presentation page.
Yes, I know it's the current presentation, but then which page? Page 4, 5, climate change, yeah?
No, from my side, it is not shown as which page number. Okay,
When
page
we are
5.
talking of matters arising, we are talking of things which were in our minutes, yeah? Or is this a suggestion from outside?
It's a suggestion from outside.
Okay, okay. Now tell us, what do you suggest on?
My suggestion is, Excellency, that women cards should be issued on this matter of the subject so that the women should encourage to provide solutions to climate change and agriculture.
Okay.
Yeah, if you may allow me.
I don't see the hand from who is talking now.
The Secretary, Chair, if you may allow me.
Okay, you are welcome.
Thank you,
Carry on,
Chair. We appreciate the ambassador's submission, and it will be very useful and very insightful, but it would come appropriately during the public hearing. For now, Chair, this meeting is particularly, the people that can speak to the minutes are the members of Parliament, because it's a committee meeting. But when we open up for the public hearing, I think we would take note of the ambassador's submission. For now, matters arising should come from members of the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. So Saima will be together again later when we start the public hearing. And please remain with us. We want to listen very carefully about your suggestion. Thank you.
Definitely, madam, definitely. It's my pleasure and I am with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To this juncture then, honorable members, we've concluded the first part of our business and our minutes have been duly adopted. Thank you very much. So I think according to the timetable of today, I should now take this back to Secretariat, SADC PF Secretariat, to make a certain announcement before we go for tea, waiting for the public hearing.
Thank you, Chair. This is just to, I'm not too sure whether I'm the one, but this is to announce that at 11 to 16:30, we shall be open to submissions from the public, institutions, and individuals that have indicated in advance or that may have not indicated but are logged in. We shall be looking at the theme that you talked about of amplifying citizen voices in regional integration in Southern Africa, bridging the engagement gap by bringing parliament to the people. So at 11 hours, the public shall be open and the committee is eager to hear from them. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we are done with our in-house committee meeting of the GEWAYD, and people sound to be very energetic. It seems as if they don't even want to go for tea. Maybe if, well, I don't know how the timetable is now. How many minutes are we going to break before we start the public hearing?
Chair, we still have close to an hour, or let me say about 55 or 54 minutes, but we still have number 8 and number 9 on the agenda. We still need to deal with deliberations by members on issues raised and recommendations to the 54th Plenary Assembly, and some closing remarks from you. But from there, we'll see how many minutes, but we still have about 55 minutes, 50 minutes, let me see.
Number 8, there was some. Honorable members, may I now invite you for the recommendation to the Plenary Assembly.
Honorable
Secretary,
Chair.
I'm missing something.
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, sir.
The agenda item number 8 and
I'm
9,
listening to you.
especially the one that members will be making a recommendation, will arise from the proceedings of the public hearings. I think that's the order of the business. So after the members have held from the submissions.
I don't hear you. I am getting problem of hearing.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes, I think we're being guided by Mr. Manzi that the deliberations by members will come from the public hearing. So we may proceed to the closing remarks, Chair. Sorry for the misleading.
I see it on the agenda, but then there's a block, no continuity from 7 to 8. If we may drop 8 and then we go to 9.
Yes, Chair.
And that's exactly what I wanted to do. But then, honorable members and dear participants, I thank you so much for your punctual attendance of this meeting of our committee. And I thank you more for being there with us all the time, whether visually or physically. I thank SADC PF for making all these preparations and making it easy for us to communicate. I thank Her Excellency, Madam Boyem, for making sure that our committee do its duties well with no problem. And once again, I thank the 2 secretaries who are assisting us. Maybe during the conduct of our meeting, we might have found it not very easy to follow. But I believe as we came to an end, everyone was with us. To this juncture, then, I declare the meeting closed. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. The confusion towards the end.
We are waiting. Hello?
Yes, Chair, we'll just stand adjourned until 11 hours.
Then we started.
Good morning. Welcome back. Morning, honorable members.
Afternoon.
And the public, welcome back. I have a few announcements. The time for the public hearing is here. Honorable Chairperson of the PF Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development. Honorable members of the Standing Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, parliamentarians of the SADC National Parliament, Her Excellency Ms. Poemo Sekoma, SADC PF Secretary General, SADC citizens from across the region, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives from partner organizations, SADC PF Secretariat staff and staff of SADC National Parliament, distinguished participants. I have the honor to welcome all of you to this public hearing session by the SADC PF Standing Committee on Gender Equality.
Sorry, Informer.
Yes.
We're having a problem hearing you.
Very much. Is this better?
Not yet.
Hello?
Hi.
Much better?
Try again.
Is this better?
Not really.
Well, I'm using the same thing I was using earlier.
Okay, now you are far better. Better now.
Okay, thank you. So I have the honor to welcome you to this public hearing. Members logged in by the SADC PF Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, which we are holding virtually via this Zoom platform. However, before we go into the details of our public hearing, I have a few announcements that I would like to make. Number one, we need to keep our microphones on mute so that we are able to get the presenters well. So all participants are requested to keep their microphones on mute unless you are given the floor to speak by the moderator. This meeting is available, you kindly note, in terms of interpretation, we do realize there are different languages, participants from different areas. So this meeting is available in 3 official languages of SADC PF, namely English, French, Portuguese. In addition, on the Zoom interpretation icon, you'll be also able to get sign language in the spirit of inclusiveness. So please select your preferred language. When you go to the icon on interpretation, you'll be able to get all those just on our platform. Recording of the meeting. Kindly take notes, delegates, that this meeting is being recorded as part of the journals of the Standing Committee in line with the rules of procedure. So this meeting is being recorded. Next, raising of the hand. Anyone who wishes to speak is requested to click the raise hand icon. So raise your hands and it will come to our attention. When the time is right, you shall be given the platform to speak. Communicating, we are expected to all communicate through the chair. For any communication with the chairperson or moderator, please use the chat box. So if there's an intervention and you'd like to get the attention of the moderator or the chair, there's something you'd like to say, specifically for the chair and the moderator, use the chat box. But if you'd like to make an intervention, you can raise your hand using the icon. You can also use the chat box to draw attention in case you need to say something. Meeting etiquette, for those participants on video, make sure your camera is properly set as the meet, but make sure you are well captured, the portrait is well exhibited. Writing of names and organizations, all participants are requested to write their names, would like to know who you are in full. Those that are representing an organization, they should also write the names of their organization. And those attending in their individual capacity should write their names and their country. We'd also like to know which country you come from. These wonderful countries of ours in the South region. We'd like to see how widespread we are. While we are at it, honorable members and distinguished delegates, I'd like to make a further announcement that these public hearings that we are having, we are pleased to inform you that in accordance with the SADC policy, public hearing sessions have become our regular feature at SADC PF, in line with our standing committees. This is a deliberate step taken to promote active engagement between our parliamentarians as decision makers and the elected representatives like ourselves. So this is a forum that we'd like to use, and the citizens and stakeholders on the region issue, on the regional issues. So we'd like a very close relationship between our parliamentarians and us, the citizens. Since you're aware, some of you may be aware that last year we had this public hearing in 2022, and this is our second session. This one that we're having, the second public hearing we're having. We also have them in the next year, in 2024. But these very ones, this is only day 2. So we have another one tomorrow, Friday. We have another one on Monday, the 16th. We have another one on Tuesday, the 17th, and Wednesday, the 18th, for 2023. So we are very expectant to have you logged in all these. They build up the termination of the issues that relate to us. We therefore extend an invitation to all citizens and stakeholders to participate actively in the next public hearing sessions that we shall have. I will be your moderator for the morning part of this session. We were together in the other meeting. So with that said, it's with utmost pleasure and honor that I will serve you as a moderator for this morning during the public hearing proceedings for our Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development Committee. My hearty appreciation goes to the citizens for honoring the invitation. An invitation was sent out by SADC PF, and we are very pleased that we received overwhelming and very insightful submissions from you, our citizens, to attend this public hearing. So we are very, very grateful. So with this said, I invite the GEWAYD Committee Chairperson, Honorable Shirley Joseph Raymond, Member of Parliament from Tanzania, to take the floor and introduce the members of the committee to our esteemed citizens. I am deeply delighted and honored to be your moderator for the public hearing proceedings of GEWAYD Committee. I extend my deepest gratitude to all citizens who have positively responded to the invitation by SADC PF, both through their written submissions and by participating in this public hearing. So those that have sent submissions, we are grateful. Those that are here to speak to us with that rich experience and information you have, we're very grateful. At this moment, I'd like to invite the chairperson of the committee, and I must mention that my colleague may chip in. There's another moderator we have from Madagascar. We shall work together, but at this moment, I would like to invite the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Shirley Joseph Raymond, MP, to address the audience. Thank you, Chair. You may take the floor.
Thank you very much, Ifoma, our today's moderator. I'm deeply honored in my capacity as the chairperson to extend a warm welcome to SADC citizens on this very important occasion of the 2023 public hearing session for the GEWAYD Committee. My name is Shirley Joseph Raymond, and I'm the chairperson of GEWAYD. Before I deliver my remarks, I would like to invite the committee members to introduce themselves to the citizens. And I hereby request our committee secretary to call the names of their countries alphabetically. so that they come up to introduce themselves. Welcome. Committee Secretary, please guide us, Angola, whatever, and so forth.
Thank you, Chair. Angola. Honorable. I'm not too sure. While we're waiting for the honorable.
No, Angola was on the screen for a long time, maybe because of language communication. Will you please put Teresa on to introduce herself? Honorable Teresa.
Muito obrigada, senhora presidente e demais colegas deputadas. Eu peço desculpas que quando falou a nossa internet tinha caído, só agora que restituímos. Portanto, eu sou a Teresa José Adelina da Silva Neto, deputada de Angola, e sou a presidente do grupo de mulheres parlamentares. Muito obrigada.
Honorable Member for Botswana. Honorable Member for Botswana.
Hello.
Yes, Honorable, we can get you.
Hello.
Hello, Honorable.
Yeah, my network is poor. Hello, Chair.
We can hear you.
Yeah, my network is poor.
Carry on. Secretariat, carry on.
Okay, while we're waiting for connectivity, Honorable Member for DRC and Honorable Annie Marie.
Carry on.
Honorable Member for Lesotho. Honorable Member from Madagascar. Honorable Member from Malawi. Honorable Member from Mauritius. Honorable Member from Namibia. Honorable Member from, we have Tanzania. Honorable Member from Seychelles.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning to our citizens. My name is Honorable Regina Spawa, Member of Parliament from Seychelles, and also the chairperson of RWPC at SADC PF. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member from South Africa.
Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kensani Kate Bilankolu, the Member of Parliament in South Africa, the chairperson of multi-party in the National Parliament, and also the member of RWPC in SADC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Member from Zambia. Chair, those are the names I have.
Thank you very much. I hope others.
Chair, before you proceed, I'm sorry I couldn't unmute myself. My name's Princess Kasune. I am a member of parliament for Zambia, from Zambia, as well as a minister. And yeah, I'm a member in this committee, as well as I sit in the EXCO committee for SADC-PF. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Princess Kasume. And before I proceed, may I take this opportunity to congratulate you so much for the newly appointed minister. As a minister now, we say we are happy to have you. I hope this won't prevent you from coming to SADC-PF. Congratulations, Kasume.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Chair, and everyone else.
Thank you. Allow me now to deliver my brief remarks as we start our session. Members of the SADC-PF Standing Committee. Interruption?
Yeah, interruption, Chair.
You want to introduce yourself, my vice?
Yeah, I think.
Have you logged in now? You're welcome. Paula.
Yeah. My name is Talita Monakota, Member of Parliament in Kalahari North from the rural areas. I'm the Assistant Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. And thank you for giving time over your busy schedule and being with us in this meeting. May I now do it officially to open this meeting. Members of the SADC-PF Standing Committee on Gender, Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, parliamentarians from SADC national parliaments, Her Excellency MS Boem Segoma, SADC-PF Secretary General, SADC Secretariat Representative MS Kaliboga Dambuza, Acting Head Gender, SADC citizens from across the region, representatives of SADC Youth Forum, Southern Africa, SRH Trust, and all youth organizations, representatives of civil society organizations and partners, SADC-PF Secretariat staff and staff of SADC national parliaments, representatives of media organizations, our moderators who will be with us today here, distinguished participants. Here in Tanzania now, it is almost 12:30, and I say good afternoon. I'm pleased to welcome you to this public hearing for the Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, which is the second public hearing of this committee after the first one, which was held in 2022. I'm aware that this is the second session. The many public hearings that are to be held right up to the next week, Wednesday, 18th of October, 2023. I sincerely applaud you all for choosing to join us in this very important public hearing. However, may I hasten to give a distinct thank you to the honorable members who have taken time to log into this virtual public hearing, both from our committee and other stakeholders. I'm aware that committees have meetings on other days, but we have chosen to attend this very important public hearing. This demonstrates the importance that we give to our forum and our SADC parliamentary duties. A special welcome goes out to our distinguished guests and eminent institutions and individuals. who have decided to participate in this public hearing. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as you may have noted that the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development is a loaded program with at least 16 submissions. The committee is expected to interrogate how member states and national level can expedite the demonstration of the SADC model law on gender-based violence and what concrete steps can be taken to proactively prevent gender-based violence in communities and ensure comprehensive support and justice for survivors. Brainstorm how regional and continental economic policies can be leveraged to promote women and youth economic inclusion, entrepreneurship, access to financial resources, and close the gender pay gap for marginalized women, young girls, and youth, and identify opportunities for youth development and empowerment, enhancing access to education, employment, and leadership roles, while ensuring gender equality and inclusivity, among others. This submission will be under the overarching theme and echoed on the theme, amplifying citizens' voices in regional integration in Southern Africa, bridging the engagement gap by bringing parliament to the people. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as you are well aware that SADC region highly appreciates gender equality as a fundamental goal for democratic societies, the region believes the commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment is integral to the regional indicative strategic development plan 2020-2030, which identifies gender as a cross-cutting and key factor for integration and development. Evidence has shown that despite women constituting over half the population and electorate, they still remain underrepresented in political and public decision-making positions across the region. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, pertaining to the youth, there are prominent youth-related challenges in the region, which is underscored by a substantial youthful population, limited economic prospects, unemployment, and restricted involvement in political and decision-making arenas. The region boasts a significantly youth demographic as around 75% of SADC population consists of persons below the age of 35, while youth aged 15 to 35 constitute about 34% of the overall population in the region. It is emphasized that addressing these challenges requires fostering youth participation in political decision-making, in socio-economic development through comprehensive strategies. This involves establishing consistent policies to generate high-quality employment opportunities, nurturing youth entrepreneurship, and facilitating meaningful engagement in governance and policy formulation. Additionally, it's essential to confront issues such as early marriages and the realization of sexual and reproductive health rights. The legislature should also create an inclusive environment for young leaders by assisting their candidacy, offering mentoring and providing resources to shape the region's future, ultimately contributing to a more representative democracy. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is the aforementioned evidence that reminds us as parliamentarians to crucially engage in the gender disparities. Parliament plays a crucial role in promoting gender equality and women's representation in political and decision-making positions by enacting and enforcing policies and legislation that advance women's rights and participation. This involves implementing affirmative actions measures, fostering women's political leadership through mentoring, and creating an inclusive political environment that encourages women's engagement. Moreover, Parliament serves as a platform for advocating gender-sensitive policies and ensures active inclusion of women's voices and respective decision-making, acting as a catalyst for enhancing gender equality and women's representation in the region's political landscape. Honorable members, in this regard, I'm highly expectant that the listed individuals and institutions who have indicated interest, as well as those that have not, will make rich submissions around these thematic issues. They shall endeavor to unpack matters of gender, equality, and youth involvement as they relate to enhancing their participation in key decision-making platforms. And further, I anticipate that they will highlight the practical ways in which our parliaments can strengthen our institutional capacity to address matters of youth underrepresentation and gender inequality within the context of our constitutional mandates. Through our constitutional functions, can reinforce gender equality and youth involvement. Furthermore, I'm also expectant that the submission will ignite our committee to explore opportunities for parliaments to augment demand for accountability at all levels, as well as brainstorm on strategic proposals for redress. Therefore, it is expected that we shall have insightful conversations which will result in the committee generating concrete and actionable recommendations to inform resolutions for the committee to better address gender inequality and youth underrepresentation. Honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the committee, and indeed on my own behalf, given the foregoing, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and her team for their work in facilitating for this public hearing. Specifically, I would like to thank our committee secretary for today's session, Mrs. Ifoma Omabele Mulewa from the Parliament of Zambia, as well as Risoa Mandibi from the Parliament of Madagascar. Much as I would like to stay with you throughout this session, but when it reached 3 hours of our time, East Africa, I'll leave my vice chair to take over. With these remarks, I warmly welcome you all and wish the meeting fruitful deliberations, and now declare this public hearing officially open for submission. I thank you all for listening to me, and I wish you a fruitful listening, and I ask God to bless you all and keep you attentive until the end after the 16 submissions. Best wishes to you, and thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those wonderful remarks. At this point in time, I now invite Ms. Kelebo Gambuza, Acting Head, Gender, SADC Secretary, to give a sector update, briefing us, the citizens, on the critical developments that have been taking place, which are critical for our region integration and are of interest to us, the citizens and stakeholders. Madam Kalebo, please present us with the update. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Madam Facilitator. My apologies. Let me greet you all and indicate that this morning, on behalf of SADC, my colleague, Ms. Antoinette Manana, will present the update on behalf of SADC. So I will be handing over to her, Honorable Chair, if you do allow me. She is ready to just share the quick remarks from our end, from our side, before the discussion progresses. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome, and please carry on as you wish.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Unfortunately, my video is hiding me out. Can I be allowed to continue?
Please continue and feel free. We can hear you well.
All right, thank you. The sector update in terms of gender in SADC, I'll probably start with the background that the Secretariat's commitment to promoting gender equality and women's empowerment was acknowledged right from its creation.
Excuse me. We are missing your voice. Please raise it a bit.
All right, let me try it. So please. Am I audible right now?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you, Chair. The Secretariat's commitment to promoting gender equality and women's empowerment was acknowledged right from its creation, as enshrined in the Declaration and Treaty of 1992. Gender was recognized as one of the integration and development enablers and as a cross-sectoral intervention area, as enshrined in the Article 4 and 5 of the treaty. This resolve was further reinforced when SADC committed to attaining gender equality and women's empowerment as critical goal and strategy in realization of the SADC indicative strategic development plan, which is the RISDP. In this RISDP of 2020 to 2030, gender was again defined as an integration and development and enabler and cross-sectoral intervention, implying that it has to permeate and is infused in all the pillars of our regional indicative strategy. Furthermore, we have what we call the 2008 SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, which was revised in 2016, also commits to the integration and mainstreaming of gender issues as a development strategy, thus placing gender firmly on the agenda of the SADC Program of Action and the Community Building Initiative. The Secretariat is thus playing a pivotal role as a champion of gender equality in the region and supports this role through an internal policies such as the 2008 SADC Secretariat Workplace Gender Policy and the revised SADC Gender Mainstreaming Sector-Specific Resource Kit currently in print, among other measures. And we look forward into rolling it out to member states for capacitation. In terms of what has been happening within our sectors and with the supporting resources that we have seen a contribution of our directorates in mainstreaming gender in their work. And I'll just mention in a summarized version some of the few and what they have been doing. I'll start with the food, agriculture, and natural resources, what we call the FNR, particularly in the agriculture sector. There is a program for improving fisheries, governance, and blue economy trade corridors in SADC region, what we call the Pro Fish Blue Project, which has integrated an agenda plan in their work and has contributed to the inclusion of women in the fishery business in 4 SADC countries, that is Tanzania, Madagascar, Zimbabwe, and Maputo. And then in our water sector, we recently had a gender equality and social inclusion training for gender focal points from the water sectors in the SADC region, which it was done through the Global Water Partnership Southern Africa. This was held in South Africa in August 2023. Under environment, what we call the SADC Great Green Wall Initiative, which is an initiative to combat desertification, climate change, and biodiversity loss in the region. It also has recently held a workshop which included mainstreaming gender in national action and investment plans. This was held in July in Southern Africa. We also have what we call the water, energy, and food nexus, what we call it the WEF approach in the SADC region. SADC member states have embraced the integrated planning and implementation of water, energy, and food sectors, with 14 holding national dialogues where they identified priority investment projects that could be taken further for bankability and mobilizing finances for implementation. This WEF Nexus session on investment planning was organized by the Global Water Partnership Southern Africa at the WaterNet Symposium, which was held last year. This also is an opportunity for gender integration, which will also cover the energy area. And then under value chains, regional value chains, there's what we call priority regional value chains. SADC has conducted an analysis of women entrepreneurs, entrepreneurship opportunities in the SADC value chain sectors. This assessment analysis will inform interventions to strengthen participation of women-led businesses in the regional value chains. And then in terms of the financial inclusion, work done in financial inclusion of women, there's what we call the Challenge Fund for Capacity Building of Women Entrepreneurs, which is an initiative of the Industrialization Women Economic Empowerment Project that aimed to empower and build the capacity of women entrepreneurs to participate in SADC's industrialization agenda. And through the Challenge Fund, non-profit making organizations were engaged to build capacity of women entrepreneurs to improve their skills in business and product development and to grow and expand their businesses. 14 member states benefited from subsidies at the value of maximum 20,000 euro each, which was awarded to non-profit making organizations. Out of this Challenge Fund is also what the development of the SADC Financial Inclusion Gender Action Plan, which outlines steps to support women to access finance. It forms part of the SADC Strategy for Financial Inclusion and SME Access to Finance, which is a 2023 to 2028 document. Along the other tools that were developed, like the Gender Responsive Procurement Guidelines. There was also what we call financial inclusion for women a training toolkit for the financial sector, which is currently being rolled out. Training workshops that have been held so far this year was one on the gender and financial inclusion. There was one on delivery of the gender responsive training for women entrepreneurs, and another one for engaging the financial sector on women's financial inclusion. We also have other resources like the SADC guidelines on gender responsive budgeting, which we understand that we further have to.
Sorry, just to come in, you have 2 minutes to wind up. 2 minutes, please.
Yes, ma'am. We have that responsive, and then we also have the strategy. I'm echoing, I don't know, I understand why. We also have the regional multidimensional women economic empowerment program for 2020 to 2030. And lastly, we also have the SADC mainstreaming disaster risk reduction in the gender sector by our disaster risk reduction sector. These are just in a nutshell what the sectors have been doing. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Vigil. And while you were presenting, first of all, I thank you very much for your presentation. But while you were speaking, I saw a hand. Then I did not want to interrupt the flow, but it was a hand from one Ida. Are you still on, Ida? Okay.
Sorry,
So,
Chair.
Yes. Yes.
No, I think the hand has gone down.
Okay. I'm just thanking Vigil Wizera for her presentation and for being the first one. Then she had opened these submissions in a very vibrant way, which I think the rest will also follow. Thank you so much. And since we are receiving those public submissions, if anyone has anything to comment, I request you to jot it down. Just jot number 1, and so when we come to end, maybe we can hear before everyone lose the trend. Okay, back to you, moderator.
As we begin the session, we are running a bit late, so we need to catch up. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to the agenda. I hope you have an opportunity of getting the agenda. If not, I will still step by step take you through the agenda as we call on different submissions and provide some guidance to our citizens on the following points. I would like us to take note as we move forward. As we begin our session, I'd like to direct everyone's attention to the agenda that I've mentioned. And these are the following points that we must take note of. Firstly, as citizens making submissions, we should start by introducing ourselves. It would be important that we know who's speaking to us and mentioning the organization if you come from an organization. If you are speaking in your own capacity as a citizen of SADC, please do mention that as well. Submission should be within the duration of 10 minutes. I'll intervene if I see you are still going on and on. Let's try to manage our time to 10 minutes. After the conclusion of a public hearing session, the committee will, in accordance with the SADC PF rules of procedure, compile its report. So when everything is done, a report shall be compiled and containing recommendations for submission to our plenary assembly. We look forward to the rich submissions. With that said, I'm calling upon Amnesty International, Eastern and Southern Africa, tackling the impact of climate-induced disasters on school dropouts within the SADC region. Thank you. Take Amnesty, come on board, please.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Hi. I'm not sure if we have the right topic. I'm supposed to be speaking about informal cross-border traders in this particular session. Can you see me properly?
Sorry for that. proceed with the topic that you have, we shall correct that.
All right.
As secretary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate this opportunity. I hope everybody can hear me well. If not, just stop me. There have been some connectivity issues that I've seen have happened. So just stop me and then I will repeat whatever I have to say. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mandipa Machacha. I am an economic, social, and cultural rights researcher at Amnesty International office in Southern Africa. I'm from Botswana nationally, but I'm currently based in Joburg for this particular work that I'm doing. And I think with that, I can say all protocol observed, honorable members of parliament, as well as fellow activists. I'd like to first start by saying that this submission is based on preliminary findings of research that we conducted on the right to decent work and full economic participation for women in the informal economy in SADC, specifically women who are engaging in informal cross-border trade. As we have found that the implications of this particular type of work are quite profound for women in our region and in alliance with the objectives of this committee on gender equality, women advancement, and youth development. To begin with, for decades, informal work has been the primary source of non-agricultural employment for Black women in Southern Africa. The informal economy sustains some of the most marginalized communities in the region, playing a pivotal role in national economies. And as opportunities for decent work in the formal sector continue to dwindle, informal work, including informal cross-border trade, has emerged as a lifeline for many. Informal cross-border trade is a cornerstone of the informal economy in Southern Africa. As a highly mobile region, thousands of people move across international land borders in neighboring countries to conduct small-scale trade every day, which, according to the African Development Bank, accounts to about 30 to 40% of intra-regional trade in the SADC. For those who don't know, informal cross-border trade refers to the exchange of goods and services between countries and takes place generally outside the purview of formal trade channels and regulatory framework. It is predominantly led by women. Statistics range from it being feminized about 60 to 80% in some sub-regions, and it also accounts for 60% of the non-agrarian work of self-employed women in the region, making it a significant source of income for women in the SADC. And so because of this, many studies have touted informal cross-border trade having the potential to alleviate poverty, food insecurity, promote regional integration, as well as empower women. As well
Please
as
mute your phone.
It is valued at $17.6 billion US dollars in 2018, and thus creates income opportunities for those with limited access to formal employment and thereby reducing social exclusion. However, this type of employment we have found has come at a steep human cost because women involved in informal cross-border trade face very specific gendered challenges, including mobility constraints, limited access to education and formal employment, and the absence of social security and productive resources. Our research found that punitive immigration, customs, and border control measures render these women very vulnerable to physical violence, harassment, extortion, and other forms of violence. Our women have shared stories, harrowing accounts of witnessing and experiencing armed robberies, harassment, physical violence, rape, molestation, and in some cases, even abduction. And social, cultural, and institutional practices such as stigmatization, corruption, fear of reprisals, and lack of access to legal services have acted as barriers to justice for these women. And so generally, we have found that it functions as both a source of livelihoods and vulnerability for many women in the region. This is despite the fact that the right to decent work is an enshrined right in international law and a fundamental right which is observed by both international and within the African regional context. It reflects the belief that every individual, especially women, have the opportunity to engage in productive, safe, and fulfilling employment that provides fair wages and ensures dignity in the workplace. Decent work is a cornerstone of social justice, gender justice, and sustainable development. However, as I've said, our research has revealed that women involved in informal cross-border trade, they operate within a hostile regulatory environment, which denies them their right to decent work and exposes them to numerous human rights violations. We have found that decent work deficits are generally more pronounced in the informal economy because they are really generally unprotected, they are not recognized, they are not regulated or protected under any sort of labor laws or social protection. And because of this, their employment status is quite ambiguous, and therefore they are not able to enjoy, exercise, or defend their fundamental rights. Yes, so yeah, work in the informal economy is characterized by small and undefined workplaces, unsafe and unhealthy work conditions, low levels of skills and productivity, and low and irregular incomes. It's also a very feminized activity within our region, with more women working in the informal sector. And so more women are actually affected by the negative consequences of informal employment than men. On this, public policy on informal employment generally assumes that informal markets should and eventually become formal. I mean, this is generally the dream. However, we have found that this assumption kind of fails to take into account the interdependencies between formal and informal economic activities and lacks kind of the appropriate consideration of local context. It also fails to realize the true scale of informal economic activity within the African context. Currently, right now, 9 out of 10 people in Africa are working informally, and it accounts for 86% of employment and accounts for about 42% of the continent's GDP. In Southern Africa, it's a bit lower. Our average is about 40% of people in informal employment. However, this number kind of fluctuates between countries because, for instance, South Africa has the lowest level with 34%, with Zimbabwe having the highest level where 93% of all jobs are informal. So it is in this context that we must face the reality that while the dream is to move women in informal cross-border trade out into formality and into safer jobs, right now the work is really to interrogate the policy and institutional instruments that can either facilitate or hinder the integration of informal workers into the mainstream economy. Because this progression we found is not really simplistic, otherwise we wouldn't really have such high levels of informality within our region. And so while we're in this process, Amnesty would like to propose that in the immediate term, the focus is reducing decent work deficits within the informal economy by establishing legal recognition, rights, social protection, and representation for all that are engaged in it. And then in the short and medium term, facilitate entry of job seekers into potential entrepreneurs into the formal protected mainstream economy, and with the longer term goal of kind of having, being able to generate enough sufficient formal protected and decent employment for all workers. Because this committee, had one of its objectives as, thinking about ways in which we could harness the ACTFA. I wanted to speak a little bit about that. The African Continental Free Trade Area presents both opportunities and challenges for women engaged in informal cross-border trade. While it holds promise, its emphasis on formal trade agreements poses challenges for informal traders, including women, which are overrepresented. So limited inclusion, lack of legal recognition, and restricted access to finance and resources within the context of the African Free Trade Area, we have found are going to be challenges for women who would like to partake within the context of the agreement, but still within the context of informal cross-border trade. And so addressing these challenges requires recognizing the significant contributions that these women are making in this trade and actively promoting the inclusion within the ACTFA framework. Policymakers and stakeholders must work collaboratively to create an enabling environment that supports and empowers these women. And this includes creating tailored policies and initiatives and providing capacity building support. We have come up with 5. I mean, there's a few more in our report, but I think these 6 are ones that we'd really like the committee to take going forward, just to try and address some of the challenges that we have found that are existing within the context of this type of work of women. The first is policy recognition of informal trade. Regional policies need to explicitly recognize the value and role of informal cross-border trade and delineate pathways of integrating them within broader economic frameworks and trade policies, ensuring that women's contributions are acknowledged and protected. The second is very important, and it is on social security initiatives within the informal sector. Recognizing the vulnerabilities inherent within informal work, regional bodies in collaboration with member states should design tailored social security schemes for this sector in line with international human rights standards on the right to social security and the ILO social security standards. In particular, the Social Security Minimum Standards Convention of 1952, which is C102, and the recommendation concerning national floors of social protection recommendation of 2012, which is C202. The third is financial inclusion initiatives. Leveraging the Act First, states can work together to enhance financial literacy programs tailored for the informal sector, ensuring that women in informal cross-border trade are equipped with the necessary skills and knowledge to navigate the financial landscape. Additionally, engaging with regional bodies will ensure women have access to the appropriate credit facilities which they need to support their entrepreneurial ambitions. The fourth is gender-responsive policies. Regional policies should be designed, should be designed with an emphasis on understanding and addressing gender-specific challenges. For instance, recognizing unique challenges imposed by unpaid care work, which is taken on by many women within an African context, the gender pay gap, and women's reduced access to formal employment. And this can lead to more tailored and effective interventions. The fifth is data collection and research. Data collection on informal cross-border trade, disaggregated by gender, among other characteristics, and regular statistical studies should be conducted to understand the dynamics of the informal sector, especially concerning the roles and challenges of women. Such data can then be used to inform and develop targeted policies and interventions which benefit women. And the last is strengthening women and youth networks. By promoting and supporting networks and cooperatives, women involved in informal cross-border trade can collectively negotiate for better terms, access to resources, and share knowledge. And with that, Madam Moderator, I make my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move straight to Vivian from Tanzania. From Tanzania, are you on the call? If we don't have Vivian, we can move to Level AIDS and Rights Alliance. AIDS and Rights Alliance for Southern Africa, ARASA. ARASA, are you on the call? If we don't have ARASA, we can move to provision of SRHS by vulnerable groups. This is presented by Kimi Mandira, advocate for SRHR, Kimi Mandira. Okay, I see others. I hope they did fall off due to network. Can we have Extra Mile Development Foundation from Malawi? Hello, am I being heard?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. Can we have the director for Fountain of Hope? We can always move backwards. If the director for Fountain of Hope is on the call, we could move to your presentation. Okay. Can we have Maria Mchomi, our morning presentation? Maria Mchomi on the call. Go back again. Yes.
Hello, I'm Tora Anguila, working with Extra Mouth Vomit Foundation. I hid my name, but then I'm presenting tomorrow.
Presenting tomorrow.
Yeah, under Social and Human Environment Committee.
Okay, Toira, you may put your hand down. Thank you.
Okay, yes. So then can we have Oxfam in Southern Africa? What challenges exist in ensuring women and youth have equitable access?
Excuse me?
Oxfam?
Will you please introduce yourself, Oxfam?
Oxfam, it's here.
Is that Oxfam?
Yes.
Your name and
My name is Elena Shikel. So good afternoon, Honorable Member of SADC Countries Parliament, and good afternoon, distinguished participants. My name is Elena Shikel. I am the Gender Justice Program and Policy Manager for Oxfam in Southern Africa, and I'm based in Mozambique. Oxfam is very honored to be here before this hearing, before this important committee of SADC Parliamentary Forum. So the question that we intend to ask is, what challenges exist in ensuring women and youth have equitable access to quality healthcare, including SRH services, and what are the solutions that can be explored? Just a little bit of context quickly. I would like to mention that across Southern Africa, women and girls comprise the majority of poor, and they remain excluded and marginalized across political and economic and social spheres, and have virtually no say on decision-making that impact their lives. And this is reflected in SRHR as well. So, and it has impact on the rates of GBV and HIV in the region. For example, the SADC 2018 barometer revealed that contraceptive usage in a region among women ranges from 12% in Mozambique and 76% in Mauritius. The barometer also reports that only South Africa and Mozambique give women the choice to terminate pregnancy. So unsafe abortions contribute to high rate of maternal mortality across the regions because of this restriction and unsafe abortion. While maternity mortality is declining in other regions, in SADC region, they increased. Just 2 or 3 elements for Malawi, Mozambique, and Zambia to indicate that 439 maternal deaths per 100,000 live births are reported in Malawi. And then we have the adolescent birth rate at 143 per 1,000 women. We have also 30% of adolescents ranging from 15 to 19 who have begun already their child bearing. In Mozambique, we have unmet needs of family planning, only 24%. We have a very high adolescent birth rate, which is 135 per 1,000 births of women aged from 15 to 19. And despite the country liberal abortion legal provision, unsafe abortion rates are still very high. Mozambique is among the 10 highest rates on child and early forced marriage worldwide. And Zambia faced several challenges in accessing health care, including access to sexual and reproductive health rights services. In rural areas, which is worse, there is lack of adequate healthcare infrastructure. And the national budget allocation to health sector has been falling short of the recommended 15 allocation percent, as you know. So the main areas of concern that we are bringing to you today are 7. The first one has to do with the legal provision on safe abortion. Like mentioned before, only South Africa and Mozambique allow women to choose to terminate pregnancy. In Malawi, due to those restrictions, 70% 17% of maternal deaths are caused by unsafe abortion. And in Zambia, Termination of Pregnancy Act only permits abortion on special conditions, such as medical or health, on recommendation by certified medical personnel, which is a deterrent to access to safe abortion among women, has a right, and it contributes to increase unsafe abortions. The second challenge that we want to share with you today is the harmful social norms. The harmful social norms, they supersedes the legal and policy frameworks that promote and empower women. Young women's belief, attitudes, and behavior on sexuality and reproduction are shaped by these harmful social norms, unquestioned social norms via initiation rites. Many women and youth do not enjoy sexual and reproductive health rights, partially because of social norms that work against their aspiration. And the third one is the quality of services. Youth-friendly health services remain underutilized across a range of services, likely due to poor service provision. For example, in Malawi, intrauterine contraceptive device was only provided to 19% of youth, with 55% of adolescents receiving family planning services. With 74% of adolescents continuing to lack access of contraception. Where safe abortion is permitted, like South Africa and Mozambique, there are gaps in provision of safe abortion quality and non-stigmatizing services, and most people are unaware of the law and the services. Girls and women continue to be prevented of having a safe abortion due to health professional conscious objection to terminate pregnancies. There is not enough availability of misoprostol, which provides safe abortion, and not all health safe facilities have equipment and are skilled personnel to provide legal abortion services. In Zambia, there is a gap in age consent. The non-existence of a policy on age consent for family planning allows the decision of the provision of care to youth to the discretion of health providers, based often on their religion beliefs and not on the right of the adolescent and young people. The other challenge that we want to bring before you is the family planning. In Malawi, there is a limited comprehensive sexuality education, prevailing myths and misconception associated with contraceptive. There is unmet need of family planning, with 46% of women that express the desire to limit and space pregnancy not using any form of contraception. And also there is an unmet need of family planning, especially among HIV positive women. In Zambia, the contraceptive prevalence for current married women age of 15 to 49 was around 50% in 2018 against the target of 60%. And the fifth challenge that we want to bring to you is the mortality, the maternal mortality. In Mozambique, maternal mortality rate is 408 per 1,000 live births. And in Zambia, it's 135 per 100,000 live births since 2020. And the sixth challenge that we want to bring to you is the obstetric fistula. It is estimated that 500,000 women live with obstetric fistula globally. In Mozambique, it is estimated that 2,500 new cases a year are reported. And the last challenge that we want to bring to you before we present the solutions, it's on resource allocation to SR component. We are talking about infrastructure in health facilities. There is a lack of essential medicine, drug stockouts.
Sorry, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll quickly finish. And then we have poor infrastructure. We have poor Malawians still struggling to access essential services. In Mozambique, more than half of the population have to walk an hour or more to reach a health facility. So what are the solutions that we are bringing forward? We think that there is a need to come up with a financial benchmark for gender programs, which will be adhered globally. Increase international financing for accelerating implementation of international conference population and development program action to complement and catalyze domestic financing, in particular on sexual and reproductive health programs, and other supportive measures and intervention that promote gender equality and girls and women's empowerment. There is a need to increase the annual budget allocated to health sector. There is a need to change informal and formal institutions that perpetuate gender inequality and subordinate position of women and girls. There is a need to improve capacity among health services providers. There is a need to connect women and girls to SRHR services as well as referral structure for GBV. There is an urgent need to legal reform around abortion to achieve equitable quality SR methods to improve availability and laws that provide accessibility of comprehensive abortion services. For this GBV struggle, we call the Action for SADC Parliamentary Forum to play a role in ensuring that SADC as SADC countries fully domesticate SADC model law on violence against women and girls, including child and forced marriage. Increase availability of accessibility and utilization of GBV essential services, and influence governments to domesticate SADC model law on gender-based violence. We need to advocate globally and make sure that there are guidelines and recommendations that will ensure during advocacy to make sure that policy are adhering to gender equality during crisis. And I end here. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Secretariat.
Yes.
Moderator, I see a hand I've seen a hand for a long time from Rejoice Kanka. Maybe if you can allow her before you proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Rejoice Kanka, there's a hand up.
Thank you so much, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. I'm Rejoice Kankande.
What is it about?
Thank you so much. I'm Rejoice Kankande from Malawi, working with Oxfam Malawi, and I'm a colleague to Helena, who's just presented. I just want to comment that something. I wanted to comment to say that in all what she has also presented on the issue of reproductive health, we also want to request you, our duty bearers, to make sure that youth are involved in the formulation of policies, because we see that more youth are not fully involved in the formulation of policies. So it's also our request that we make sure that youth are fully involved in the formulation of policies. I submit and thank you so much.
All right, thank you for the passion, but the time has been taken up. Issues of abortion, honorable members there, the issue of need to change the legal framework, allocation towards SRHR services, mainly those are the pleas with the goal of reducing unsafe abortion. With that mentioned, we're running out of time. I'll call upon Foundation for Rural and Development, FORAD, to make a presentation, please. You have 10 minutes. Do we have Foundation for Rural and Development, FORAD? If we do not, we'll move straight to, sorry, let me get the name straight. The Director Trade Law Center. Director Trade Law Center. I see your hands, just trying to get the presenters in order. Do we have the Executive Director, Trude? Executive Director for Trade Law Center on board? If we do not, do we have Shora? Danisa Madimba, are you okay? Do we have Director for Fountain of Hope on the call? Where are my presenters? Do we have Disability Advocate and Founder Hope Resurrect Trust Zimbabwe? Anybody home? Do we have Caroline Mukandawiri? Always move backwards.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Excuse me, Madam. Okay, I said yes, Fountain of Hope is here, Shora is here, because I was just,
Okay.
I could not be good, yeah. And yeah.
Fountain of Hope, you can go ahead, then we'll move to the next one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome.
Introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, I'm Shora Karuka from Fountain of Hope Organization, which is based in Malawi. Of course, so I will present issue of child trafficking and also issue of the children's rights to education. Yeah, so I think just as common, like there's an area that we're working. So although like different governments, including Malawi, have developed cooperation to work closely with sources and destination to combat trafficking of children, there had been still cases of trafficking of children. So an example, of course, is where we're working, where 7 Malawian girl children were trafficked to Tanzania. And then with the effort of Fountain of Hope Organization and some government officials from the Karonga district, we managed to repatriate 7 girls who went back to school. However, we still feel that the government, of course, is not doing enough in the effort because of the times, because most of the time the government will wait for non-state actors to provide resources to for the action of these issues. So we have got some recommendations which also should go to the Host-SADC region. We are saying that the government should increase the effort of partnership and coordination with both local and international institutions so that is able to detect as many cases as possible. And also we are saying popularization of trafficking in person operating procedures is one way of engaging non-state actors so that they have a common understanding of the TIP. In each technical working group at district level, let identify one person who will be responsible for popularization. The idea is to say, once we make the document, should not just be staying maybe at the higher level. And these things have to go to the rural areas where cases are taking place. Also asking to say, can we establish mechanisms for cooperation, coordination, and data management with neighboring countries in order to prevent trafficking and ensure that trafficking are compensated and provide adequate resources for social and rehabilitation services for the victims. Also, these governments ensure that the national plan of action to combat trafficking in person, okay, so where we have what act, they should be well disseminated to the non-governmental organizations at all levels, that is using the civil society organizations network which are existing in our respective countries. And also they should be oriented, these organizations should also be oriented on the Trafficking in Persons Act or plans. And at the same time, these organizations should also be robed to mainstream, okay, the Trafficking in Persons Act interventions in all their projects area that they are working. So in regards on this, you are also saying that the governments work with non-state actors to identify common places where child trafficking destinations are existing at both national and international level. So every stakeholder who is working in trafficking in persons intervention should develop a policy which is in line also with the Trafficking in Persons Act in those respective countries. At the same time, also saying let the village development committees, that is the local chiefs, local leaders, let them also be aware and be trained on these actions of trafficking with persons. Yes, so the other point that we're saying that the governments should ensure that survivors timely access to justice in accordance with the Trafficking in Persons Act and the related legislation on child protection through providing compensation to victims of child trafficking and offering rehabilitation services to victims of child trafficking. And then finally, on this point, we're also saying that the government should increase their efforts of identifying perpetrators of trafficking in person cases and hold them accountable for these trafficking in person cases. For example, like the 7 girls who were trafficked to Tanzania in our case, none of the perpetrator was identified. So in this case, it means we are still leaving the lives of our children at risk, okay, of being trafficked again. So this is briefly about the trafficking in persons, which I wanted to share. And then here we'll talk of the children's rights to education. This is where I'm going now. So yes, although we said the governments are doing, of course, the commendable jobs in abolishing some systems in education, so that we promote girls' rights to education, but we still feel that there's still more to do. For example, we have, okay, in countries like us in Malawi, of course, we have identified that there are some school fees, okay, which are also become a very barrier to children. So the issue of school fees and also lack of access to loan for many children, which are also which are making some children not to access education as they are supposed to have. So we are also saying that there also distance covered by children to primary and secondary schools, okay, is also a barrier which is taking place as well. So in this case, we can give an example of Fountain of Hope organization where it's observed that in the catchment area, okay, where we are working, some communities are isolated from accessing both primary and secondary schools. So example, there's a junior primary school which ends in standard 5 or in other grade 5 in one of the areas. Now, for many of the children, they don't go beyond that grade because for them to access another school going upwards, it takes about 7 kilometers. At the end, many children they drop out of school and then they end up going for marriage. And then in this part, also recommended to say that the governments also consider upgrading all junior primary schools in our communities to full primary school, so that access to primary education is achievable by more children. Now, on the same point as well, the issue of, like in some countries like Malawi, of course, some school development fund as barriers to access to primary schools. So although the governments like in Malawi dissolved some school fees, but still more, this school development funds has become a barrier because it was like just like a change of name from school fees now to funds. So there are still children who pay for this funds. They are not allowed to enter access to enter into the classes. So it means we are still denying them access to education. So in regards to this, we are saying we urge the governments to remove the school fund as termed completely, so that should not block children from accessing school. So briefly, that's what I wanted to present, to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Fountain of Hope. I can see you raised the issues of child trafficking, as well as the right to education for school-going children and the removal of any barriers. Chair, that was the submission from Fountain of Hope. Do you have a comment, Chair?
Well, thank you so much. But then since we have agreed that we listen to all submissions and then someone jot down anything and come back later. So let us keep on receiving the submissions.
Thank you, Chair. So we move on to, we're supposed to have a submission for Foundation for Rural Development, FORAD. FORAD is supposed to present promoting youth participation and representation in the Southern region. FORAD, we look like we don't have them on the call. The Executive Director, Trade. The Executive Director, Trade Law Center. Okay, move on. I think
Moderator.
Yes,
Moderator.
Yes.
Yeah,
Chair.
Excuse me. I've seen the hand of Chimwemwe for a very long time. Maybe you should give him chance.
Okay, sure.
Maybe he wants to excuse himself and leave. Chimwemwe.
Chimwemwe. Chair has noticed your hand, Chimwemwe.
All right, thank you, Honorable. I wanted to make an excuse for forward representative. He will not be joining us now because he lost his connectivity. He's based in the very little side of Malawi, so he'll be joining us when he finds his connection back. So I wanted to give
Which
an excuse on his
institution?
behalf. Forward.
From which is from?
Forward.
Forward, the one I've been calling, Chair.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
taken.
Chimwemwe, does that
Yes,
mean
thank
he'll
you.
come later, or what does that mean?
Yes, he'll come later. I'm going to inbox you when he arrives.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So can we have Florence Madzigwa, disability advocate and founder, Hope Resurrect Trust, Zimbabwe. Is Madam Florence Madzigwa on the line?
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Okay. Welcome, Florence. You can take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And my name is Florence Muzingwa, and I'm the founder of Hope Resurrect Trust. I'm a disability activist, and thank you so much for having me in this public committee, SADC public committee. The question I have is how can intersecting forms of discrimination and inequality faced by women and youth participating, those from marginalized backgrounds, be better recognized and addressed in policy programs? I believe that persons with disabilities face various forms of barriers, and these barriers are intersecting with inequalities like poverty, exclusion, and internalized oppression. Some of the things that can help in implementing these, to eradicate these, are when persons with disabilities are also included in platforms as these. And I recommend that the SADC platform can implement the following, including public hearings, inclusion of public hearings, facilitating accessibility, for example, availability of sign language interpreters for those that have hard of hearing, and also enacting of persons with disabilities in standing committees so that they can also echo their concerns. Most times, persons with disabilities, they are represented by people who are not disabled, and therefore sometimes their voices are not heard. And also push for resource of initiatives which are run by disability organizations to ensure that no one is left behind in the SADC region. I believe that internal oppression comes when persons with disabilities feel that they are not included in any areas that also affect them. There are those like especially when they are not put in forums where they can also talk about their issues. They feel this internal oppression that I am not worthy to be part of any organization or to do anything for myself. But actually, they have unique qualities that if they are identified during public forums and hearings such as these, they are able to also speak for themselves and realize their full potential. I also believe that breaking barriers such as physical barriers, these barriers like stairs, for example, for persons with disabilities, they are not able to go to any places which can also help them. But such as these forums that are also virtual, they help as well for persons with disabilities to participate. Thank you so much, SADC Committee, for such a noble initiative where each and every member, they're able to join a person with disabilities and not face any challenges. I remember when I was invited for the forum, the first thing I was thinking about the accessibility, but when I heard that all the meetings are virtual, it became it became like a lighter burden for me, because I was thinking maybe the place that we will go, I will not be able to there will be some difficulties or physical barriers, and also the attitudinal barriers which we face, because certain people, they think that if you have a disability, you are unable to do anything. But if people work together and understand the different types of disabilities that are there, it helps people to feel a sense of belonging that is with their peers and other youth as well. And it eradicates this marginalization from disadvantaged families. I also think that the corporate sectors and government should also accommodate persons with disabilities in terms of employment, so that they will also be able to look after themselves and live their lives independently. As an organization, Open Zarit Trust, we build self-esteem and we empower the girl child to realize her potential, because we've realized that for a long time, persons with disabilities have thought that disability is a charity model, whereas it's also a rights model and a social model. Whereas when barriers are removed, they're able to realize their own dreams and also contribute to their own personal and economical and regional benefits. So thank you so much, SADC Committee. This is my contribution.
Thank you very much, Florence, for your submission. Issues is a core that as regional committees, you must be concerned about intersecting factors when it comes to certain groupings of people. You realize they have the challenges of gender inequality, they have the challenges of being disabled, they have the challenges of being poor in the category of poverty. So they should be looked at with a different lens. Chair, the issue of inclusion of people with disability was raised, that there should be a special eye to look at how best we can include people living with disability. There was also an issue of how can we promote organizations that actually deal with that are advancing and caring for people with disabilities. There was you applauded, Chair, with your committee, that having high platforms or activities that actually are held virtually do promote the issue of inclusion. Because as people with disability, physical barriers are removed. Physical barriers like steps, certain modes of transport, they do not have to incur that. And then, Chair, the facilitator also raised attitude barriers in terms of perceptions that the communities have, and things around that, Chair, where the submissions that look at and how best people with disabilities can feel a sense of belonging. With that said, Chair, I shall call on the next. We have about 24 minutes, 23 minutes, and 3 present pending. Do we have Madam Caroline Mukanda-Wire from Madam Caroline Mukanda-Wire? Madam Mukanda Wire, are you on the call? We can move backwards because we still have a pending presentation from Trade Law Center. The Executive Director, Trude. Do we have Trude on the call? Okay, thank you.
Chair, thank you so much, and thank you very much for the invitation to this very inspirational session this morning. I've been asked to focus on the continental free trade area to take a look at how regional and continental policies can promote women and youth inclusion, entrepreneurship development, access to economic opportunities. This is just a reminder, colleagues, that there are important gender differences in terms of use and application and benefits from tariff preferences. In other words, we see that in the SADC free trade area, but we're also seeing that at a continental level, where we note that women very often are simply not aware of the trade agreements. Access to information is a major problem about the specific benefits of participating in free trade areas. And then, of course, there are very important systemic issues related to trading across borders that women and youth traders encounter. Customs authorities very often pose particular challenges at the border posts. There's harassment that we now have become familiar with. And therefore, we need to take a look at how we can support women and youth traders to take advantage of the African continental free trade area. First of all, they need access to productive resources. And this is often related to access to finance as well, where limitations related to collateral requirements for loans and so on still have a very important gender, but also youth dimension. Access to digital solutions, as we see here, digital divide is a particularly important one as far as the gender exclusion is concerned. So access to opportunities in the digital economy are still more limited for women than they are for men. Informal cross-border traders, colleagues, simplified trade regimes are being implemented, for example, in COMESA, not yet in SADC, but we hope that there will also be one on the continental free trade area agenda. Data very often is not gender specific, so trade data doesn't come with any gender markers. This means that it's very difficult to know exactly who is trading across borders unless we do survey work. But this also reflects much more important and more general exclusion and inequality that moves across gender lines. And here we see underutilization of labor across the continent, which is much higher for women than it is for men. So inclusion is a very important objective. This, colleagues, comes from a survey conducted by Tralak alumna, Edna Moyo, who is taking a look at informal cross-border traders, small-scale cross-border traders. And this is what one of the traders said: "I feel sick in my stomach. I'm afraid when I come to the border post and have to deal with customs." So this provides a reflection of some of the challenges that we still have to deal with in order to make free trade agreements like the AFCFTA work effectively for all, for men, for women, for youth traders, digital traders, as well as cross-border traders. The results from a number of studies indicate that access to finance can make an enormous difference, also to scale up the business rather than remain at the margins dealing with small consignments, very often crossing borders a number of times a day. Trade facilitation. This is very important as we develop more and more one-stop border posts in order to have separate channels for small-scale traders, have help desks, so have assistance for small-scale traders so that they know and understand the trade regime and get accurate information about what is permissible in terms of trade and what compliance requirements there are. Access to information is a very important gender-related challenge, and therefore we need to think about ways to reach women-led businesses, particularly small, medium, and micro enterprises in particular. So in the AFCFTA, colleagues, what we have is a dedicated protocol on women and youth. And in the next few weeks, we hope that this protocol will be finalized. And herein, we expect that some of the challenges we're referring to here may well be addressed. But the assistance to women and youth traders will only come if these provisions are effectively implemented by all the countries that have signed and ratified the agreement. If we look through the principles of the African Continental Free Trade Area, there are general statements which support gender equality, inclusion, and broader development of the benefits of cross-border trade. But it really is important that we take a look at how these provisions will be enforced and how they will be implemented at the borders that are so important in terms of managing trade. So in the preamble to the agreement, we have very important and very laudable ambitions that are noted. So this is aspirational. We're looking at security, democracy, human rights, gender equality, and the rule of law. But this is not a binding commitment. We need firm commitments that our member states will have to implement. Only then will things change for our cross-border traders. The general objectives, again, echo gender equality, structural transformation ambitions, and these are necessary, but again, we need to take a look at the detail. And when it comes to trade and services, colleagues, this is often a neglected area because there's a lot of cross-border trade happening. In fact, our small cross-border traders who are in fact part of the retail network across our continent are part of trade and services. They are offering a retail service to bring goods and services to customers who just happen to be across another border. Here we have a binding commitment, and that is that technical assistance and support must be provided, particularly to small, medium, and micro enterprises and to women and youth service suppliers. Colleagues, we need to hold our member states accountable so that indeed they will make sure that these are implemented. Just going back to a bit of history on the protocol on women and youth, it's a recent addition to the overall architecture of this trade agreement, colleagues. So a decision was made by the heads of state at the African Union Assembly in December 2020 that we should include this protocol. And since then, there has been an inclusive process across the continent with stakeholder engagement. And we now have an annual conference for women traders. So we look forward to the next conference, which will take place in 2024. These are all opportunities for us to bring the particular challenges that women and youth traders face, but also to question the issues that concern us most and to make sure that these commitments undertaken at the very highest level in the African Union Assembly and by our heads of state and government are actually implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Try that. The presentation by Tyler looked at the women in terms of care, especially those who are doing inter-country trades, border trading. The issue that was raised by the presenter is that women are not aware of the benefits of trading across borders. Some are not aware, some do not have.
Excuse me, moderator.
Yes, Chair.
There's a lot of noise around you.
Oh, okay. Is this better?
We are listening.
Yes, I'll send you the presentation share by says women are not aware of the benefits of
I see a hand from Caroline Kant.
border trade. Okay, meaning she's in, and this is one of our presenters. I'll go through because we're running out of time. But just to summarize, there's a protocol, women and youth in trade, which we would like to keep an eye on, or we may
We
consider.
can't hear you well, moderator, please.
Oh, okay. I think I have those challenges here. I'll just call on Caroline Mukandawire to make the presentation.
Is she
Caroline?
I'm around. Thank you so much for this opportunity. All right, my name is Caroline Mukandawire, Executive Director of Hadi Badi, a youth-led organization based in Malawi. I'm also the O3 ambassador for the UNESCO program, Our Lives, Our Future, Our Light. I'll be presenting on sexual reproductive health and climate justice in relation to gender equality. So I've actually cited a case of an area here in Malawi, which was one of the highly impacted areas, and we're still seeing the post-Cyclone Freddy effects. In March 2023, the DODMA for Malawi, the disaster department, declared that there was a mudslide and floods, and a lot of people were actually relocated. There was death and devastation of destruction of buildings. And it was also reported that about 126,577 people were highly affected by this cyclone, and 563 were displaced, while 511 died during this Cyclone Freddy. And also about 533 people were missing, and some of them are still missing till date. Due to this Cyclone Freddy, Lake GEWAYD faced a lot of implications, such as the buildings were demolished, people were displaced, as well as facilities such as healthy facilities and schools were actually destroyed during this Cyclone Freddy. Part of the implications that have actually happened post-Cyclone Freddy is high school dropouts amongst girls, an increase in child and forced marriages, as well as higher incidence of girls engaging in sex. And this is actually coded as sex for fish because it's around a lake area and girls are having sex with men in order to cover out their costs since they're now in high poverty levels. There's also been incidents of high increase in teenage pregnancies and sexually transmitted infections amongst girls because of the sex work business that's happening around those areas. And kindly note that these are girls aged between 15 to 19 that are highly impacted in these particular areas. Due to these implications around Lake GEWAYD, we have also seen that a lot of women are now living under frustration because they'll have to settle to sort out food and other unpaid jobs that they have to do as women. We have seen women actually having to go to get into sex work business despite being married in order just to provide food for their children around their homes. I'll further on bring about the recommendations, some of the recommendations that I came up with after I had visited this particular area. And it's actually a plea that we actually work interconnectedly with everyone in this forum. The first one is education and youth empowerment. In this one, we're looking into investment of the infrastructure and access to education, particularly for girls to reduce dropouts. We're also looking at vocational training and employment opportunities for youth to reduce their vulnerability in engaging in too risky behaviors. This recommendation actually looks around having extracurricular activities such as sports, dance, and drama to ensure that girls are protected during this period post the Cyclone Freddy. We also looked at gender equality and women's empowerment in order to promote gender-responsive policies and programs that empower women and girls, including access to reproductive health services and education. Now, during this period that the hospital facilities were demolished and there are so many challenges in regards to health, we're actually calling for maybe mobile hospitals to go to this particular area, because these issues of high pregnancies, teen pregnancies, as well as sexually transmitted diseases, it's actually a very serious issue around this area. Further to this, having registrations or awareness campaigns throughout these communities, it's actually a plus, because we are looking at community. We should have at least community parliaments to ensure that it's post-cyclone friendly. What if the people surrounding these communities take it up that they should actually own some of these issues that are happening that side, and make sure that every judgment, whenever you find out a child is forced into marriage or has been married off early, they should take it accountable into their own hands, as long as they are using the laws of the country. Another one is having poverty elevation mechanisms to ensure that the targeted audiences are uplifted around these areas. We are looking at some of the things that can happen with locally available resources, such as having backyard gardens. What if we support them with enough resources for these young youth as well as women to at least have backyard gardens, maybe soap making, to at least have basic needs on their own. We should also ensure that we're supporting income generating activities to improve small scale entrepreneurship, as well as to improve their livelihood. Marketing these small scale businesses that they'll be making, it's actually a plus for them, because at least it reduces vulnerability of women. Further to this, having community resilience mechanisms is actually another core that we can have and think around it, to ensure that we're building community resilience through risk reduction trainings, early warning systems, and community-led disaster management. It's actually a plus. Further, this promotes sustainable and resilient agricultural practices that can withstand climate shocks, such as Cyclone Freddy, as we had seen. I therefore plead to this committee to enhance women's participation in decision-making related to climate adaptation and mitigation efforts. Not only having women in those decision-making platforms, but rather women should take it up, should own it up. Young people should own it up, that they should ensure that whenever they're making decisions in regard to climate justice, it should be women, because some of these impacts are actually hindering young people and women a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I hope my line is better. Quickly, Chair, Caroline and her organization shared a case story of Cyclone Freddy in Malawi. They raised the challenges that arose from that. Number one, displacement. Number two, deaths. Number three, missing persons to date. Number four, infrastructure. Lots of infrastructure, including hospitals, and how that has impacted on them. This has resulted in young girls.
We're losing you again.
Hello?
We're losing you.
Can't hear you well, moderator.
Is this better?
We were just listening. Maybe you could come up and be heard, but not, it was not clear.
Is this
what
better, Chair? Is this better, Chair? Hello?
Yes, please. Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Sorry for that. A quick run, because we're supposed to go into lunch. I wanted to say the presenter, Chair, shared a real case story in Malawi of how climate change, specifically floods, affected their area. And she said the main outcomes or unfortunate outcomes that came from the flood is death. A lot of people died, displacement, people lost their homes, missing persons. To date, there are people that cannot be accounted for, and also infrastructure that was destroyed. Amongst the infrastructure that relates directly to SRHR matters is the hospitals that were lost. So, Chair, with that, she raised the fact that unfortunately, post the floods, the challenge that they have seen is that the girls now are selling their bodies for sex to survive, because the economy is very poor. And they suggested a lot of recommendations, very progressive recommendations, that these young people should have education, also mobile hospitals, because the fact that people are still there and they can take contraceptives there and feed the people, They also talked about registration of the people to ensure that the numbers can be accounted for.
Yes, we had
welfare would be very important, and as simply as encouraging them to have background gardens and income generating activities, among others, Chair. Chair, where we are now, we are almost at lunch. We have 3 minutes to lunch. We have sort of like managed, we started a bit rocky, but we have managed to catch up with time. Though we have one more presentation, due to the person who is not available, who fell off before us. But at this stage, Chair, I hand over to you to adjourn the public hearings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm only requesting those who are making the submissions to bear with us to receive the last one, because you said you only have one on hand. Dear participants, if you may allow that this one make the submission, and then when we come back after lunch, we'll have a bit of discussion and carry on with the agenda.
Chair,
I propose.
The one that is missing, Chair, is the one who is away, the one who fell off the call. And our contact person to date has not come back to give us a feedback on forward. I believe they are not yet on the call, unless otherwise.
Thank you, moderator. At the beginning of the session, you said, and it's written, we were expecting 16 submissions. Up to now, if my records serve well, or if I'm correct, you may correct me as well, we've only received 7. So the others have decided not to table their submissions, or what?
So,
if
Chair,
you may put me into track.
Okay, thank you, Chair. As of the time we started, 11 to now, we were supposed to have 8. Only 8 submissions up to lunchtime. And unfortunately, we have a submission from Forward where we are told the key person is in an area where internet is a challenge. The remaining 8, Chair, are supposed to come after lunch from 14 to 16 hours. We shall have the remaining 8. Thank you, Chair. I submit.
Thank you. I concur with you. Having said that, then carry on with the agenda, carry on with the timetable. If you are now releasing us for lunch, and please say what time they should convene.
Thank you, Chair. At this stage, we shall break off for lunch as the program indicates. And lunch shall run between 13 hours, where we are now, depending on where you are, sorry, but where I am seated is 13 hours on the dot to 14 hours on the dot. We resume at exactly 14 hours. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, with
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Honorable Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Good morning, SG.
Yes, I was just requesting if the committee secretary has any announcements to make regarding the strategic plan or the director programs.
Thank you, SG. And may I say good afternoon to you, Your Excellency. I hope our secretary is listening. Any announcement then?
Yes, Chair. It has come to my attention. I would like to share, if you may allow me. We need, after the public hearing session for this particular standing committee, members are being requested to remain behind for not more than an hour, Chair. So the members of your committee, Chair, are being asked to remain behind not more than an hour. If you check our agenda, Chair, it ends at 16:30, the public hearing. So the Secretariat is pleading or requesting that between 16:30 and 17:30, if our members could remain for a briefing on the development of our strategic plan, which will run from 2024 to 2028 by our consultants. This is a request, Chair, that we have. So if we could start today at 16:30 to 17:30, if they could remain on the call. Thank you.
If I may intervene, Secretary, our committee secretary, I requested you that I'll be off at 3. So I thought if you'll agree with me to proceed with the strategic for half an hour then. Otherwise I'll miss everything.
So the proposal of the meeting is if countries it was ending at 17:30
No,
or
this is
5:30.
either to come back early or
Okay.
to continue with what I'm just requesting you, that we continue for another half an hour, only the committee members. Because I'm
Okay.
not sure if my vice Paula is on board yet. So there are things which I'm supposed to listen here. Special request, please.
I'm on board, Chairperson.
Oh, you're welcome. How are you?
I'm good, Chairperson. How are you?
Very fine, Paula.
Chair, for avoidance of doubt.
Your Excellency, Secretary General, are you with us?
Madam SG, maybe
I am, Honorable Chair.
Can we carry on for half an hour with our committee only as suggested? Or maybe the person who is guiding us is not around?
Indeed, Chair, let me start with an apology for disrupting the program in this manner. It is due to circumstances beyond our control. Indeed, we require an opportunity to find room for these consultants at your consideration, Honorable Chair. So probably what would happen, the committee secretary may engage with the chair to find a suitable time, but not immediate, as we ought to have sought permission first and then go back to the strategic plan consultants. Thank you, Chair. We'll be guided accordingly.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Secretary General. I was also considering the attendance of my committee members. As I was listening when our secretary was inviting them to introduce themselves, the quorum was not so well. And that's why I was looking for a reason of doing it otherwise. So I agree with what you suggested. Thank you so much. Up to there now. May I say thank you for being together in the morning. And now I invite Paula to take off, Honorable Paula, to take over after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you,
What
Chair.
so, Honorable Chair?
We can go for lunch now. We resume at 14 hours.
Yes. Bon appetit. Enjoy your lunch.
na kamera. Nisipomute hapa nitakuwa naonekana. Na nisipomute sauti nitakuwa nasikika. Ni mute utaongea. Nataka kuongea huku unaonekana.
ilikuwa unmuted, na maana hapa haoni chochote.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I understand now it's the vice chair who is in the chair.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is
Good
that
afternoon,
Honorable
Mr.
Vice
Mansi.
Chair?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mansi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vice
Good
Chair.
afternoon,
Who is
Honorable Esperon.
okay.
Good afternoon, Honorable Cooper.
Thank you so
Are we
much.
all in the
Perhaps
house?
you may wish to call the meeting to order, Honorable Vice Chair, who is now sitting as chair, because my time is 14:02.
Thank you, Mr. Mansi. Good afternoon, honorable members, participants. It's a different face from what we have seen this morning. So I appreciate the presence this afternoon, that you have taken our time to continue with this meeting. And I would ask Mr. Mansi, who's the moderator, to take over. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair, who is sitting in now as chairperson for this afternoon session. As the chair has indicated, my name is Joseph Manzi. I am the Director of Programs in the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I will be moderating the afternoon session. The committee clerk, who also happened to be the moderator in the morning session, she has an emergency. So she has rushed for an emergency. And the second, or the co-moderator, who was introduced in the morning from Madagascar, he is also, he has sent an apology that is unable to take up the role this afternoon. That's why I've come in. So it is an honor for me, Honorable Chair, and the members and the general public who have logged in for this afternoon. In the morning, I understand that there was one submission which was not taken because the institution had serious connectivity problems. This was the forward. So perhaps before we take on the submissions that have been outlined or have been lined up for the afternoon session, can I ask if forward is now ready to make its presentation? Is forward available now? Honorable Chair, it appears forward still more is unable to make the presentation. That being the case, then we go straight into the afternoon session presentations. What I have here is the presentation on the mechanisms for gender responsive national budget to address the needs and rights of women and youth by Tinotenda Shirimbi, young persons from Zimbabwe. Is Chipindi around?
Yes, I'm around.
Thank you so much. You have 15 minutes presentation from now, and the time for you is 14:05. It means you should not go beyond 14:020. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chair. And I'd like to say good afternoon to everyone who's joining us for the submission I'm making on behalf of young people from Zimbabwe. I'll be making a presentation and a submission on mechanisms for national budgets, gender responsive and specific needs. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Proceed, please.
Okay.
Mr. Mansi?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
I think Tinotenda has muted himself.
Hello?
Yes, I think Mr. Mansi, I think Tinotenda have muted himself.
Hello.
Okay.
Yes, now we can hear you now, Tinotenda. We can hear you now.
Okay,
Proceed.
my network was dropping.
Oh, okay. Let's hope
Okay.
that. Yeah. Okay. Over to you.
So my submission is on mechanisms for gender responsive national budgets to address the specific needs and rights of women and young people in Zimbabwe. To just tackle this and make the presentation clear and short for the time frame that I have, I would just like to let you know that when we are looking at national budgets which are responsive and which are there to cater for the needs of young people and women in Zimbabwe, it's important for us to look at the mechanisms which can be put in place to achieve this goal. And when we are looking at these mechanisms and initiatives, we have to list down what kind of initiatives we need and what kind of mechanisms we need. And I've managed to come up with some of the mechanisms and initiatives which we might need to make sure that we achieve this goal of having gender responsive national budgets, which addresses the needs of young women and youth in Zimbabwe. Some of these initiatives include gender and youth impact assessments. These are important and very, very pivotal for us so that we conduct gender and youth assessments for all proposed budget programs. These assessments that we need to do will help us in evaluating how different budgetary decisions impact women and young people, considering their unique needs and vulnerabilities. We also have to look at initiatives to do with gender responsive budgeting, which to some extent we can call the GRB. These implement GRB processes involve analyzing the government's budgets to understand how they affect women and youth differently. The gender responsive budgeting also helps us identify opportunities to allocate more equitably and effective resources to cater for the specific needs of youth and women. We can also go further to look at stakeholder consultations and participations, where we engage young people and women in the budget formulation and decision-making processes. This includes public consultations, town hall meetings, and the establishment of advisory bodies specifically for women and youth. Again, we can also look at capacity building to say we need to provide and cater for capacity building programs for women and youth to understand budgeting processes and their civic duty in participating effectively. Some of the initiatives we might have under capacity buildings, we can have initiatives like the Citizens Forum on National Budget Issues, the CFNBI, like in Zimbabwe, it's held by an organization, by a motherboard organization per se called NANGO, which can serve as good examples of such efforts. Furthermore, we can also go further to have gender responsive budget advocacy. These support civil society organizations and advocacy groups such as NANGO, the one I've mentioned, which is an active board here in Zimbabwe, that work to promote gender responsive budgeting and youth participation in the budget process. These organizations also play a crucial role in advocating changes and awareness raising. We can also look at issues to do with data collection and analysis. How best can we collect and analyze sex disaggregated data and youth-specific data to better understand the needs and rights of women and youth? This data can inform budget decisions and policy development. Furthermore, we can also go a step further to look at gender and youth mainstreaming. This will help us to integrate gender and youth considerations into all stages of the budget cycle, from planning, formulation, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation, which will probably be one of the last stages. Again, another mechanism which we can put in place, we can have targeted programs and services. These targeted programs and services will help ensure that we allocate resources for targets that address the specific needs of women and youth. These include investments in education, healthcare, skills development, and even some economic, which might benefit the two groups. We also need to ensure that we have monitoring and evaluation as another mechanism in place, which will help us to monitor and evaluate the impact of budget allocations on women and youth. Regular assessments can help ensure that policies are achieving their intended goals through this monitoring and evaluation. Another mechanism which you can also put in place is to ensure that there is legislation and policy frameworks targeting women and youth. So we need to ensure that we enact legislation and policy frameworks that explicitly promote gender and youth inclusivity in budgeting processes. This can provide a legal basis for ensuring budget decisions are gender responsive. Also, we also have to have a system of accountability and transparency throughout this whole process, because this will help us to also make sure that we enhance the budget transparency to allow for public scrutiny of budget decisions, so that nothing is done without other people fully having the details of what's going on to do with the budget, especially the targeted parties, which are the women and the young people. This will also include publishing budget documents. They need to be there. They need to be available for women and young people to constantly check how the budgets are going on and how the budgets are being spent to cater for their needs and support their rights. We also need to make sure that financial reports are also availed. Audit findings, if there be any, are also available to ensure accountability and transparency. One of my last points is we also need to make sure that we create, through this whole process, gender and youth budget champions. These are individuals whom we are going to identify and support within government and civil society, who are going to champion gender responsive budget and youth inclusion. These champions can drive policy changes and advocate for budgetary adjustments. And for young people specifically, we can have a targeted group, which is through already existing child participation structures within our systems. Like, for instance, in Zimbabwe, we have the junior parliament. We also have the junior council. We can be able to identify some of the individuals within those structures who are young people who are already in offices of influence, offices of power, to be part of our champions, or maybe per se ambassadors throughout this process, so that we have young people being active participants throughout this process when we are including them in budgetary issues. So, drawing near to the end and probably wrapping up my presentation, we need to make sure that we have a combination of gender responsive budgeting, capacity building, stakeholder participation, data-driven decision-making, and advocacy efforts, which can help us ensure that national budgets effectively address the needs and rights of young people, fostering a more equitable and inclusive society. Thank you so much for listening. And if there be any questions, I will leave the time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tinotenda, for the presentation, for the submission, I should say. We'll still keep your presentation for now, the members, and we ask you to still remain in the meeting, because the members are going to make their interventions at the end of the submissions, once we receive all the submissions that have been lined up. For now, thank you so much, and you have been within the time. Thanks so much for your presentation for now.
Thank you.
Next on the program is this is one. Epilepsy Support Foundation. Epilepsy Support Foundation and the Federation of Organization of Disabled People. Do we have it? How can intersecting forms of discrimination and inequality faced by women and youth, particularly those from marginalized backgrounds, be better recognized and addressed in policies and programs? Toula Kadziviti, are you there? Perhaps chair, they're not there. Next is youth development determines continental development. Raymond Mazambe, a youth person. Raymond, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Raymond, if you are there, you have the floor and you have 15 minutes. My time is 14:19, or I would put you at 14:20. Then you don't have to go beyond 14:35. Over to you, Raymond.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Raymond Majambe, and I'm a youth officer with SRHR Africa Trust, based in Zimbabwe. My submission is focusing on youth development determines continental development. What we sow, we reap. Our nations cannot develop unless our youth develop better than they are currently. Today, I want to bring two issues, but also two solutions before you. Africa is the youngest continent, with children and youth aged below 30 years constituting 65% of the continent's entire population, according to the United Nations in 2022. By 2050, nearly 1 in 3 young people will be living in sub-Saharan Africa, and most of them simply cannot afford not to work. These young and energetic people of Africa have the potential, ability, creativity, enthusiasm, and energy for achieving Africa's renaissance. Investments in their education and transition to employment, health, and social well-being are critical for the continent and Africa's global repositioning agenda. The first issue I bring before you is that of youth volunteerism and paid work. Across the region, young women and men face real and increasing difficulties finding decent work. Youth aspirations for jobs, freedom, and social justice go unfulfilled, leading to their deep alienation from systems that they see as having created economic and social exclusion of a whole generation of young people, generating what we call extreme inequalities of wealth and income. Against this backdrop, honorable members, youth in sub-Saharan Africa face the ultimate challenge of being long-term unemployed. if not unemployable. Soft and transferable skills, and of course, experience. 5 or 10 years experience wanted, say the job adverts, significantly contributing to an individual's capability to be competitive and to secure employment. In the absence of available quality job opportunities and willingness of employers to train up youths, youth volunteering has become an alternative option. However, it is important to acknowledge that youth volunteerism has often been neglected and undervalued, leading to a prevalence of unpaid internships and even exploitative volunteerism. Many young people are forced to work for free in order to gain work experience, making it difficult for them to make ends meet and hindering their ability to pursue long-term career goals. What can we do, honorable members? Youth volunteers have demonstrated over the years the willingness to work and the commitment to professional development. What is needed are large-scale stipends, volunteer programs that harness the energy and enthusiasm of young people, give them opportunity to contribute and to be connected to their communities and to one another. Programs like these could enhance national service delivery. Let's think teaching assistance, helping teachers to improve education, or a youth-led health, mobilizing young people to access health and improve their own well-being. If well-structured, they could also prepare young people for the world of work by imparting essential work skills. History is full of examples of such programs. It is time Southern Africa took up the baton and better invested in our future development. The second issue and solution I bring to you today is the intersection of gender inequalities in our technical and vocational education and training systems. The IMF and the World Bank are both clear and have published often that there is a direct correlation between women's participation in the workforce and GDP of a nation. The more gender equals the workforce, the higher the GDP. I want to focus on young women and on technical, vocational, and educational training that needs to be an accessible pathway into work. It is also important to acknowledge the existing gender gaps in the technical, vocational, and educational training, which are limiting youth development and empowerment. Technical and vocational education and training is a key driver of economic transformation and social inclusion in Africa. It equips young people with the skills they need to find decent work and improve their livelihoods. But TVET is not reaching its full potential because half of the population does not have equal access. Girls and young women face many challenges to enroll and complete TVET programs. And this is largely because of negative stereotypes, harmful socio-cultural norms, and even high costs. Governments have been conducting gender audits in TVETs, and reports indicate that TVET enrollment has significantly increased in Africa. Data from UNESCO Institute of Statistics on selected African countries shows that women's participation in TVET is low on the continent. Similar examples are from Kenya and Zambia, with girls making up 39.4% and 26.3% of enrollment in TVET. What can we do? I urge our esteemed legislators to enact supportive legislation and to encourage budgeting towards gender equality in TVET. Further, our countries, they need to promote gender mainstreaming in curriculum development, assessment processes, and teacher training, as well as workplace policies. Much of this is in the realm of policy and for encouragement of the executive to carry out. But parliaments can and should be asking oversight questions such as, how many places in TVET go every year to young women versus young men? And if it is dramatically uneven, why is that so? Parliaments can and should be asking, what are the gender breakdowns of all bursaries given in higher education, including in TVET? Parliament can and should be asking, how many women are employed in technical and vocational jobs countrywide? And parliaments can and should be asking, how many places in entrepreneurship programs are going to young women? Encouragement and oversight of the executive on these matters could play a pivotal role in getting more women enrolled in TVET and an inclusive workforce where women can compete with an equal footing and earn fair wages in traditionally male-dominated workforce. In conclusion, it is important that we foster a culture of gender equity, equality, and inclusivity in our education system to create a supportive environment that allows all youth, regardless of their gender, to thrive. And it is important to remember that by doing so, this will play a key role in increasing our GDP. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I submit.
Thank you so much, Raymond, for your submission. And also thank you so much for keeping time. For now, the members have received the submission. We also ask you please to hang around. The members will bring up their intervention, their comments, observations on your submissions at the end of the public hearing, once we get the submissions from the rest of the institutions and individuals that are appearing on the program. Once again, thanks so much, Raymond. Honorable Chair, we are proceeding. Next is a presentation from Ms. Chelsea Maren, Advancing Women and Youth Agenda, Leveraging on Economic Policies for Inclusion of Gender Equality. Ms. Chelsea, are you there? Advanced Women and Youth Agenda, Leveraging on Economic Policies for Inclusion and Gender Equality. Madam Chelsea Maren, are you there? Madam Chairperson, it appears Madam Chelsea is not there. With your permission, perhaps we can go into another submission. This is now by Dole Marunga from Youth in the Society region. Ms. Dole Marunga, Policy Frameworks for Youth in the SADC region. Madam Dole Marunga, a finance and administration expert from Youth and Society Forum, Secretariat.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, Madam Dole Marunga.
Hello, good afternoon.
Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much. You have 15 minutes for your presentation.
Good afternoon.
My time is 14:31. So you shouldn't go beyond 14:46.
All right, thank you.
Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, sir. All protocol observed, honorable members and fellow participants. My name is Dolly Malunga and I'm representing SIOF. My topic will be on policy frameworks for youth in SADC region. SIOF is a regional development platform for youth in Southern Africa. We are building leaders through the youth development model, which has 4 lenses approach and 8 Ps, which are participation, partnerships, primacy of youth, possibility, priorities, policy, and Pan-Africanism. SIOF is the official convener of the SADC Youth Parliament, and we are honored that Her Excellency Oyimandu Sekoma is the patron of the SADC Youth Parliament. SIOF is the convener of the annual SADC Youth Forum, which brings youth from 16 SADC member states to proffer solutions, influence policy, and ensure inclusion of youth at national and regional level. Our work is implemented through 9 clusters to respond to youth challenges and complement other stakeholders, governments, and SADC processes. Priorities and issues affecting young people in Southern Africa. Young people constitute 60% of the total population in SADC and in Africa in general. The demographic dividend must be harnessed in terms of economic, social, cultural, political, environmental, and technological space. Young people forms the basis for every political economy to develop. They are the workforce and they are the innovators. The demographic dividend must be harnessed in terms of effective and sustainable participation of youth in decision-making processes at national, regional, and international level. Economic emancipation should be at the center of policy narrative in the region. An empowered generation with access to resource is a development and patriotic generation. According to Dr. Aden Gebremeskel, there are 3 issues affecting youth in the region. The first one being poverty and unemployment, second, inclusion and participation in governance, and last but not least, insecurity and vulnerability. Poverty and employment and unemployment. Poverty is pervasive in the SADC region. More than 45% of the total population of 360 million in SADC, as per statistics of 2018, live in absolute poverty of $1.90 per day. As the population increases, absolute number of people living in absolute poverty is estimated to rise from 88 million to 130 million by 2040. The youth are likely to be affected by such phenomenon proportional to their numerical dominance. 15 to 35 years constitute 35%, and 0 to 14 years constitute 40%, giving us a total of 76% in Southern Africa. Globally, it is 13.36, just above the global rate of 12.5%. Unemployment is the main contributor. Just a moment. Unemployment is the main contributor to the worsening level of poverty among the youth of the region. Policies must, however, be tailored to address youth unemployment. Key policies for young people. On the continental level, the AU Constitute Act and AU Agenda 2063, Aspiration number 7, African Youth Charter 2006, AU Summit 2017, Year of African Youth, Harnessing the Demographic Dividend through Investment in Youth, AU Manual on Youth Participation in Political and Electoral Processes in Africa, AGA, AU State of African Report 2017. On the SADC level, policy frameworks developed are the Declaration of Youth Development and Empowerment in SADC, Protocol on Education and Training in SADC 2000, SADC Youth Empowerment Promotion Policy Framework 2016, Charter of Fundamental Social Rights in SADC Article 7, Protection of Children and Young People 2003, SADC Employment and Labor Protocol 2014, Protocol in Transport, Communication and Meteorology 1996, Protocol on Science, Technology and Innovation 2008, Gender and Development Protocol 2008, Article 11, Protocol on Health and regional strategy and framework on action for addressing GBV 2018 to 2030. Our call as SIOF is to call upon SADC that SADC does not have a binding protocol for youth. During the third SADC Youth Forum officiated by His Excellency Dr. Tex, the former Executive Secretary of SADC, the young people through the Lilongwe SADC Youth Declaration called for the enactment of the SADC Youth Protocol. We appreciate the steps taken so far by SADC Secretariat through more needs to be done to fast track the process. We are ready to partner with SADC PF for regional youth consultation and engagement on the protocol and model law. There is need to undertake a scoping study on existing regional and national policies and programs to identify the strengths and gaps. We advocate for SADC Youth Protocol for an easy alignment, implementation, coordination, and monitoring of policies, strengthening the oversight roles of parliaments on the youth empowerment policies enactment, amendments, and implementation, and set up a legislative tool or guidelines for references. We also call upon for an establishment of formal platforms for the engagement with youth organizations on regular basis and regular parliamentary hearings on youth. Ensure depoliticization of national youth agencies and equitable access to the National Youth Development Funds, reviews on national youth policies to respond to current and emerging challenges, support a regional internship and mentorship program for youth in parliaments. For example, the SADC Youth Parliament has a mentorship program for the youth. This will be through the establishment of the SADC Youth Academy in partnership with SADC PF amongst other stakeholders. In conclusion, I quote, Africa has the youngest population in the world, with almost 200 million people between the ages of 15 and 24, a number expected to double by 2045, highlighting the importance of creating employment opportunities for Africa's youth. There is a lot of unexploited potential, and we need to take advantage of the jobs created by the green and blue sectors. His Excellency Ambassador Josefa Sako, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment during the third SADC Youth hosted by SIOF. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dole Malunga from SIOF, for your submission. Also thanking you that you have made a submission within the time. You didn't go beyond the allocated time. Thank you so much for that. Again, our request is that you still have to be with us so that the standing committee gets all the submissions, and at the end of it, the members will be able to flag out their interventions, observations, and questions in case of clarification. So thank you once again for the submission. Thank you so much, Dore. Honorable Chair, with your permission, perhaps we have to proceed with the next submission. And this is the submission from Tumelo Moriut, a young leader from Lesotho. The presentation or the submission is on the call for youth inclusive approaches in line with the African Charter on the Youth. Tomero, I hope you are on the line. Tomero, a youth leader from Lesotho. I hope you are on the line. Honorable Chair, we seem not to have Tomero on the line. Therefore, perhaps with your permission, we may also jump into the next submission. And this is a submission to be made by Mr. Bruce Nyon from Zimbabwe, the Executive Director of Albino Trust Zimbabwe, on the challenges faced by the youth with albinism and possible solutions. Bruno? Bruno Nyoni from Zimbabwe? Bruno? Honorable Chair, we seem not to have Bruno, the Executive Director from Albino Trust Zimbabwe. With your permission, perhaps we can go to next. This is now a submission from Tawene Simbeye, the Executive Director for Rise Together, a youth-led organization from Malawi. On the submission is titled Enhancing Youth Participation and the Representation in Malawi, a Call for Action. Do we have Tawene Simbeye?
Yes, I'm presenting on behalf of Tawene Simbeye.
Okay, what's your name?
My name is Rehema Patricks, and I will be presenting on behalf of Tawene Simbeye from Rise Together, Malawi.
Thank you so much. You have the floor, Rehema Patricks. You are starting your presentation at 2:45. You are ending your presentation should not go beyond 15 hours.
Okay.
You are starting at 14:45 and your presentation shouldn't go beyond 15 hours. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, honorable members of the SADC public hearing, distinguished delegates and esteemed guests. I am honored to address to you today on the crucial topic of youth participation and representation in Malawi. As youth constitute a significant democratic across the SADC region, their meaningful involvement in the socio-political landscape is vital for the development and stability of our nations. This presentation will shed light on the current status of youth participation in Malawi, the magnitude of the problem, and provide recommendations to the SADC for fostering greater youth inclusion. Malawi, like many countries in Southern Africa, has a significant youth population. According to the National Statistics Office of Malawi, as of the most recent data available in 2021, approximately 70% of Malawi's population is under the age of 30, with the median age being around 18 years old. This demographic fact underscores the pivotal role that youth play in the nation's development and governance. Now, despite the youth's numerical strength, their participation and representation in Malawi's political processes and decision-making mechanisms remains significantly limited, and several challenges contribute to these problems. Firstly, there is a significantly limited access to education. A large portion of Malawi's youth lack access to quality education, and this hinders their participation in political spaces and in civic engagement. Secondly, there is high political exclusion of young people in Malawi. Youth are often excluded from political parties and leadership positions, and this prevents them from actively engaging in shaping the nation's future. Thirdly, there is high economic marginalization of young people in Malawi. In Malawi, there's a high registered rate of youth unemployment and limited economic opportunities, which discourages young people from engaging politically and among other things. In Malawi, it's very difficult for a young person to just even acquire a loan at the bank, because most of the times as young people, we do not have assets that we can use as collateral to secure a loan. So that's just one of the examples that shows economic marginalization of young people in Malawi. Fourthly, there's a lot of cultural and gender barriers. So such socioeconomic norms and gender disparities restrict the involvement of young women in political spaces. And number 5, there is lack of civic education and shortage of programs and initiatives that are aimed at educating youth about their civic rights and civic responsibilities. To provide a clear picture of the issue's magnitude, I will list some key statistics. Currently, less than 2% of members of parliament in Malawi are under the age of 35, which significantly means that our youth caucus in parliament is very limited in terms of pushing the youth agenda. Secondly, we have the youth voters turnout is significantly lower than that of the older generation. And this is as a result of not only the interest in young people to participate in such political spaces, but then also in terms of civic education, we lack civic education to know the importance of us participating in such spaces. Fourthly, only a fraction of the national budget is allocated to youth development programs. As a result, young people are left behind in terms of participation. Recommendations to the SADC. Firstly, we would like to urge that Malawi should invest in quality education and vocational training for the youth, fostering their civic awareness and capacity. Secondly, to support youth political participation through the advocating for inclusive policies within political parties and electoral systems to ensure youth representation at all levels of government is available. Thirdly, economic empowerment, assisting Malawi in creating job opportunities, entrepreneurship programs, and vocational training for the youth. Fourthly, support initiatives that provide civic education and raise awareness about the importance of youth engagement in democracy. Our fifth recommendation is encouraging Malawi to implement gender-sensitive policies and programs that address the unique challenges faced by young women in politics. And lastly, to collaborate with Malawi to establish mechanisms for monitoring progress in youth participation and representation. In conclusion, addressing the issue of youth participation and representation in Malawi is not only a matter of social justice, but also crucial for the nation's sustainable development and political stability. SADC's support and collaboration with Malawi in implementing these recommendations will contribute significantly to empowering the youth and ensuring their voices are heard in shaping Malawi's future. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks so much, Rehema, for your submission. Also thanking you that you have been within the allocated time. As we had been also requesting the submissions that we got before you, that you better remain with us. The members may have some observations, interventions, questions for clarification on your presentation at the conclusion of all the submissions that have been lined up today. So thank you once again for your submission and also keeping the time. Honorable Chair, on the program, we have one, which is the last submission that was put on the program. Of course, after some of them had no show up. This is the submission by Francisca McCoy. It's on the title, "What mechanism can be put in place to ensure that national budgets are gender responsive, addressing the specific needs and rights of women and youth in African countries." That's the title of the submission. And the presenter for the submission is Francisca McCoy. Francisca, I hope you are online. Can we have Francisca online? Honorable Chair, we seem not to have Francisca.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm
yes,
here.
Is this Francisca?
Yes, I'm Onoche from Tanzania. I'm here to represent.
Okay, so you are making a presentation on behalf of Francisca McCoy. On the okay. The title of the submission is just to confirm on the title of the submission. What mechanism can be put in place to ensure that the national budgets are gender responsive, addressing the specific needs and rights of women and youth in African countries? Is that the submission?
Yes, I have. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes,
before you take up the floor, just to guide you in terms of time, you have 15 minutes. So you are starting your presentation. You are starting your presentation at 14:55. So we expect that your presentation shouldn't go beyond 15:10.
Okay. Gender equality, women's advancement, gender equality, women advancement, and youth development. What mechanism can be put in place to ensure that the national budget agenda responsive, addressing the specific needs and rights of women and youth in African countries, ensuring that national budget agenda responsive and address the specific needs and the rights of women and youth in African countries requires the implementation of various mechanisms. Here are some key mechanisms can be put in place. One, gender responsive budget. GRB is an approach that integrates a gender perspective into a stage of budget process. It involves analyzing the different impacts of budget decision on women, men, girls, and boys. Governments can establish, dedicate CRB units or task forces responsible for assigning budget allocation and expenditure through a gender lens. Second, gender analysis and mainstreaming. Concluding, gender analyzing helps identify gender gaps and inequality in different sectors. It involves examining the budget's impact on women and youth, assessing their specific needs and the rights. Third, participation and consultation. Government should ensure the active participation of women and youth in the budget formulation and the decision-making process. This can be achieved through consultation, public hearing, and involving civil societies
organizing. Fourth, capacity building and training. Capacity building and training. Building the capacity of government officer, budget officer, and policymaker in gender responsive budgeting in curriculum. Training programs can be conducted to enhance their understanding of gender issues, provide them with the necessary skills to conduct gender analysis, and equipment them with tools to integrate gender consideration into budget process effectively. Monitoring and evaluation. Establishment robust monitoring and evaluation mechanism is ensured to track the implementation and the impact of gender responsive budgeting initiative. Regular monitoring ensure that the allocated funds are utilized as intended and help identify any gaps or areas that require adjustment to achieve gender equality and address the need of women and youth effectively. Data collection and analysis. Government should invest in a comprehensive and disaggregated data collection system that capture gender-specific information. This data identify disparities, measure progress, and inform evidence-based policy and budget decision. Efforts should be made to improve the availability, equality, and the accessibility of gender data. Gender responsive financial policies. Government can introduce policies that address the specific needs and rights of women and youth. For example, tax and social protection policies can be designed to elevate the budget and unpaid care work of women, promote women's economic empowerment, and provide targeted support of youth empowerment and internship. Partnership and international committees. Collaboration with international organization development partners and legion bodies can provide support, technician, experts to resources for gender responsive budgeting initiative. Africa countries can leverage international committees such as Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and Africa Union Agenda to guide their efforts in promoting gender equality and youth development through budgeting process. By implementing this mechanism, Africa countries can work toward gender responsive budgets that prioritizes the needs and the rights of women and youth, leading to more equitable and inclusive development. Thanks so much for listening. Unosie from Tanzania.
Thank you so much, Unesio, for the submission made. Secondly, to also thank you that you had almost 10 minutes remaining for your presentation. So you have been efficient enough. Thank you so much for that. Honorable Chair, I wish to report at this stage that out of the 16 presentations that were lined up for your committee, so far 11, you have received 11 out of the 16. 5 not yet. Hello. But perhaps before we close the door, I wanted perhaps just to give another chance, just to run through for the 5 submitters that perhaps in case one of them is now in here, they can still be given an opportunity just to make their presentation. The members, they come in with their interventions. But I see a hand up, Honorable Chair. Perhaps you may wish to recognize, I think there's an Honorable Member, Chelsea, who was made.
Yes, hello.
You may wish, Honorable Chair, to recognize the Honorable Member.
Yes, I'm here. It's Chelsea. Can you hear me? Hello?
Honorable Chair, you may wish to recognize there's a
It's
hand.
Chelsea. Can you hear me?
Honorable Chelsea.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
I am hearing, but perhaps I wanted the chair to formally grant you the floor.
Oh, all right, thank you.
Honorable Chair, have we lost the Honorable Chair? Anyway, in the absence of the chair, I may still have an opportunity to get your intervention, Honorable. I will report back to the chair once she's back. You have the floor, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone.
I'm back now, thank you.
Oh, yes, Honorable Chair is back. Honorable Chair is back. Yes, Honorable Chair, I think there's a hand, Honorable Chair. You may wish to recognize Honorable Chair.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, may I proceed?
You may. Where is Mr. Mansi?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Chelsea?
Yes, Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, I was trying to get your attention.
Oh, okay, okay.
Cause. Yes, Honorable Chelsea, you may continue.
All right, thank you so much. I will make my presentation in Portuguese as I'm from Mozambique and my country, the official language is Portuguese. Eu vou falar sobre a promoção das mulheres e dos jovens para potenciar as políticas econômicas para a inclusão dos jovens e a equidade do gênero. Senhoras e senhores, distinguidos convidados, caros membros das comissões permanentes do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Saúdo-vos calorosamente a todos neste momento em que nos reunimos para este evento crucial. Sou a Chelsea Marlene, como já tinha dito, estou aqui como oradora representando o país de Moçambique. Com todos os protocolos observados, muito obrigada. Em 2021, eu estive a trabalhar diligentemente para garantir que as raparigas da região norte de Moçambique não enfrentassem barreiras que as levassem a abandonar a escola, uma das quais era o casamento precoce. Este compromisso decorreu em um momento que me permitiu, de forma firme, estar convicta sobre a importância da educação e da igualdade de oportunidades para todos, especialmente para as raparigas, de modo que possamos garantir um alcance pleno do potencial e, consequentemente, contribuir para um Moçambique e uma África melhores. Eu gostava também de trazer aqui o fato de que quando uma rapariga é privada do acesso à educação, estamos a condenar uma nação ao fracasso, porque geralmente as mulheres, as raparigas, desempenham um papel fundamental no desenvolvimento daquela que é a nossa sociedade. Como eu dizia, hoje eu vou falar sobre o que é que se pode fazer para avançar ou ajudar as mulheres e as jovens e alavancar as políticas econômicas para a inclusão destas jovens mulheres e permitindo assim a equidade do gênero em Moçambique, assim como na região da África Austral. Eu gostaria de salientar que é importante que estas audiências públicas sejam realizadas, não só em termos de termos um impacto imediato, mas também termos em conta a evolução de como é que serão as próximas eleições ou próximos parlamentos e que possa estar representado de forma consultativa e deliberativa todas as ações que vão ser desenhadas. As minhas contribuições destacam principalmente as políticas econômicas regionais e continentais, incluindo a política de IFCFTA, onde estas podem ser aproveitadas para promover a inclusão econômica das mulheres e dos jovens dentro do empreendedorismo, permitindo também o acesso a recursos financeiros e reduzindo para disparidades salariais entre os homens, as mulheres, as raparigas e os jovens marginalizados, sendo que estas são uma minoria e que são geralmente muito afetadas. Olhando para um contexto global, é crucial que nós possamos compreender como é que a igualdade do gênero e a inclusão dos jovens tem dentro dos temas centrais quando se debate sobre o desenvolvimento global, pois estas mulheres são um dos grupos mais afetados, deixando-as também vulneráveis, razões pelas quais a nível global tem sido desenvolvido protocolos e leis que visam proteger as mulheres e as jovens raparigas dentro da sociedade. Várias organizações internacionais têm estado a acompanhar progressos e tem estado a permitir para que ocorram progressos dentro deste domínio que é a proteção destas jovens mulheres para garantir a inclusão dos jovens e a equidade do gênero. As Nações Unidas têm desenhado programas que vão desde o empoderamento das jovens através da educação, assim como a igualdade do gênero. Neste caso, falo dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentáveis 4 e 5, assim como também têm sido criadas agências como a ONU Mulheres e a ONU Youth para permitir que estes objetivos sejam alcançados. Ressaltando também que as políticas econômicas têm desempenhado um papel crucial quando nós falamos daquelas que são oportunidades para as mulheres e os jovens participarem na força de trabalho, o que vai também alavancar a economia de forma global. Em África, tem ocorrido uma especial atenção ao empoderamento dos jovens e a igualdade de gênero, e tem sido reconhecido o potencial que estes grupos, especialmente, podem contribuir de forma a alavancar o crescimento econômico desta região. Um dos pontos que também podemos ressaltar é o impulsionamento das mulheres e das jovens com base no seu potencial através da aspiração da Agenda 2063, que foi estabelecida também pela União Africana. A promoção da integração do gênero e da juventude no continente é essencial para que nós possamos permitir que a África seja um continente inclusivo, e principalmente pelo fato de que cerca de 75% da população africana é composta por mulheres e jovens a nível de África, e estas têm que também ser incluídas nos processos e nas tomadas de decisão. A inclusão das mulheres e dos jovens tem sido contínua, e não só têm sido desenhados protocolos para que esta inclusão aconteça, mas é também reconhecer que é um ato constitutivo, porque é um direito fundamental que estes grupos de mulheres, jovens marginalizados, sejam integrantes ou parte integrante daquele que é o crescimento econômico e do desenvolvimento social do nosso continente. Trago aqui algumas recomendações com base no protocolo do IFCFTA, que é Africa Free Trade for Continental, de modo que possamos também perceber a importância do apoio às mulheres, às raparigas e aos jovens. A minha primeira recomendação vai para a questão da educação, pois a educação é um dos pilares para que esta transição ocorra, de modo que nós possamos tirar as mulheres, as jovens, de um grupo vulnerável e marginalizado, permitindo assim que estes grupos sejam capacitados. A minha segunda recomendação vai para a necessidade de desenho de políticas, mas mais do que se desenharem políticas, é necessário que estas políticas possam chegar até as zonas remotas, ou seja, desde as zonas remotas às grandes cidades, porque as políticas não servem apenas para proteger as mulheres no meio urbano, mas também no meio rural, ou seja, cada um destes grupos tem de ser incluído desde a cidade até as zonas mais recônditas. Foi criada a política da IFCFTA e entre 22 e 23 de julho de 2023 foi realizada uma sessão também consultativa com vista à promoção de resultados equitativos para a juventude, permitindo assim ou desenhando assim uma zona de comércio livre continental a nível de África, através da mobilização e afetação sustentáveis das receitas internas entre o governo e a juventude. Na medida em que cada uma destas políticas que vão sendo desenhadas tem que permitir o livre trânsito de pessoas e bens a nível da África Austral, porque somente assim vai ser possível desenvolver a nossa África. É necessário também que possamos garantir uma comunicação e compreensão fáceis destes protocolos, pois de nada adianta termos protocolos que as populações não possam simplesmente advogar por eles, porque eles não compreendem de que se trata. O setor privado também tem um papel importante neste processo, proporcionando formação para os jovens na área dos negócios, visto que eles já têm experiência e eles dedicam-se maioritariamente ao desenho e implementação de negócios. E estas formações vão também permitir com que as mulheres possam ter, além de acesso a oportunidades de trabalho, mas aumenta a autoestima das mulheres marginalizadas, pelo que também tem esta responsabilidade de se cuidar da saúde mental destes grupos marginalizados. É necessário também considerar os diversos mercados e setores na África Austral para apoiar os jovens empresários a ultrapassar os desafios e melhorar as economias regionais. Ou seja, estamos a falar do investimento, seja nos setores de educação, mas assim como na área de arte, de desporto, na área de capacitação mesmo em termos técnicos, para que estes jovens possam estar preparados para exercer aquelas que são as suas funções. É necessário também que se crie um espaço para que profissionais experientes, neste caso mentores, especialmente mulheres, possam orientar e inspirar estes grupos marginalizados, de modo que eles possam compreender que é possível sim realizar os seus sonhos de transformarmos a nossa África. Vou também incluir o fato de que é necessário incentivar o desenvolvimento de competências entre estes jovens para que explorem novas oportunidades de emprego, para que explorem os mercados de forma diferente. E capacitando os jovens, podemos nos deparar em situações em que os jovens são capazes de sair de Moçambique para ir trabalhar na Tanzânia, em Zimbábue, na Tanzânia, sem que ocorra muita disparidade em termos de educação para estes grupos. E também não se esquecendo de desenhar políticas e estratégias que abrirão um caminho para um futuro mais inclusivo e próspero. Observando todos os protocolos, estas são as minhas recomendações para assegurar a promoção das mulheres e dos jovens, assim como potenciar as políticas econômicas para a inclusão dos jovens e a equidade do gênero. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Honorable Charles. Honorable Chair, I am sure that the Honorable Member had already started making contributions, intervention, according to agenda item number 8. So I was at the point, Chair, that I was briefing you that according to the lineup of the submission that we received, or our committee received, we had come to the conclusion of the last one. Although I was saying that of the 16 contributions, 5 had not yet formally submitted. So I was about just to give a second chance to the 5, just to run through in case they may have joined the meeting after we had already announced for their turn. So with your permission, I wanted just to run through the 5 in case one of them or all of them are here, they can take their slots.
You can do that.
Yes.
Sir.
Are you there? Still not
Hello?
there. Okay. The other one was
Yes.
hello.
Yes, Taurai Kajiti.
Forward is forward there. Taurai, you are next on the list, but I was calling
Yes.
for Vijay Ukwizera, the one I was. Ukwizera is not there. The next on those that were not there, were skipped because they were not, they didn't join, is by Taulai Kavit. This is Epilepsy Support Foundation and the Federation of the Organization of Disabled People. Taulai, I can see now you have logged in.
Yes.
Yes. You have the floor. You had I'll give you 10 minutes now. I will give you 10 minutes. You are starting at 15:19. You should end. You should not go beyond 15:29. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, the chairperson, honorable members, and honorable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, my apologies. I think there was a bit of network challenges in terms of connection, but nevertheless, it was on question 8. How can intersecting forms of discrimination and inequality faced by women and youth, particularly those from marginalized group backgrounds, be better recognized and addressed in policies and programs? The issue of intersecting forms of discrimination and equality faced by women and youth, particularly those who are disabled and from marginalized backgrounds, is a complex one that requires a multifaceted approach to address. The first step in addressing these issues is to recognize the unique challenges that these groups face and to acknowledge the ways in which different forms of discrimination intersect to create additional barriers to equality. One way to better recognize and address these issues is through the development of policies and programs that are specifically designed to address the needs of those groups. As an example, policies could be developed that provide additional support for women and youth with disabilities who are seeking employment or education. Programs can be developed that provide mentorship and training opportunities for women and youth from marginalized backgrounds who are interested in pursuing careers in fields where their underrepresented. Another important step is to ensure that these policies and programs are implemented effectively. This requires a commitment from policymakers, community leaders, and other stakeholders to work together to identify the most effective strategies for addressing these issues. It also requires ongoing monitoring and evaluation to ensure that these strategies are having the desired impact. Finally, it is important to recognize that addressing intersecting forms of discrimination and inequalities is an ongoing process that requires ongoing commitment and efforts. While progress has been made in recent years, there is still much work to be done to ensure that all women and youth, regardless of their background or circumstances, have access to the opportunities they so need to succeed. I thank you. My submission.
Thank you so much, Taulai, for the presentation. Actually, also thanking you so much that you have made your presentation in less than 10 minutes that you allocated. Thank you so much. Before we proceed, there's an announcement, Honorable Chair, that I wish to make. If you go to the meeting chat, there is a questionnaire that has been uploaded, and the honorable members are being requested to complete the questionnaire. It is in all the 3 official languages, English, French, and Portuguese. So honorable members are being requested to make sure that they complete the questionnaire as uploaded and submit. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, you may wish to drop your hand unless you still have an intervention. Honorable Chelsea, I think you are still having your hand up. Okay. That being the case, Honorable Member, next is only those that did not make a presentation when they were caught. There was also another hand. I can see Nyasha. Is that one, Honorable Member? Nyasha? Is that an Honorable Member or not? If you are not an Honorable Member, then perhaps wait for an appropriate time for you to make a presentation. The other presentation that was not, the submission that was not made, that was called, was supposed to be made by Chelsea Maren on the title Advancing Women and Youth Agenda, Leveraging on Economic Policies for Inclusion and Gender Equality. I'm not sure whether Chelsea Maren is now in.
Yes, I am in, and I've presented already, sir. I presented on Portuguese.
Okay, that's the presentation we received. Thanks so much for that. Thanks so much for that.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks so much. Then next, on those that did not present their submission is by Tumero Moteuri. The title for the submission is Call for Youth Inclusive Approaches in line with the African Charter on Youth. Tumero, are you on the line now? This is the youth leader from Lesotho.
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
You are around now. You are given less than 10 minutes, 8 minutes for you. I hope you should be able to complete within 8 minutes.
The last time I checked, I was given 15 minutes.
Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes because now you were caught, you are not around. Now you are coming in after a second round or a second chance. So
no,
10 minutes.
I was in another meeting, so I was checking on my time that I was supposed to present at 3:30.
Ah, okay. So now you have 10 minutes. I'm sure I should be able to to summarize your presentation within 10 minutes and make it so you shouldn't go beyond 3:36, which is 15:36.
Okay.
Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. I will not start where I prepared my presentation to start. I'll just go straight into my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and everyone who have joined the meeting. As you said, I'm Tumelo Motildi from Lesotho. I'm glad to be part of this conversation. Let me proceed. The African Charter outlines youth as citizens. The African Youth Charter outlines youth citizens' rights and responsibility, affirming that youth are partners, assets, and prerequisite for sustainable development and for peace, prosperity of Africa. So the question may be, our countries, for all young leaders in this meeting, seen as partners, as assets, as prerequisite for sustainable development? An important question is that. So, Mr. Chair, Article number 11 of the Charter gives every youth citizen the right to participate in all spheres of the society and mandates the states to encourage youth activism and ensure gender equality and political representation and participation. The Charter cites, among several responsibilities, the need for full participation in civil duties, such as voting in elections and volunteering. Not for want of effort, many African countries have dysfunctional youth councils because the undue and disruptive influence of the youth people. The dysfunction stems from African leaders' focus of using public resources for their own good, which has become fashionable and normal. In this context, the well-being of the nation at large is not primary importance, and keeping people poor so that they are desperate is the best tool to remain in power. In Lesotho, the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, report Enhancing Youth Empowerment for Sustainable Development states that about 90% of boys and girls are literate. But the sad part is that this fact has no impact towards raising the development of economy. And as such, Lesotho economy is considered highly uncompetitive. There are no tools and mechanisms to promote entrepreneurship and private sector participation. 7% of the country youth have businesses. 49% aspire to get into business, but have no access to funds, relevant skills, and information. Moreover, the government of Lesotho adopted the National Youth Policy in 2019, which set out how the youth want their issues to be handled. Nonetheless, the way youth matters are addressed currently gives one the impression that there is no such. It remains unclear why in 2015 the National Youth Council was suspended. While I was listening to the deliberations earlier, Mr. Chair, I heard that in Zim they have a junior parliament and junior council. We don't have such. So in Lesotho, it is unfortunate that we don't have the platforms where young people could meet and express how maybe they could be helped, or how could they discuss their youth issues. National Strategic Plan, which is the strategic plan of this country that has extended to 2028, argues that youth unemployment remains seriously concerned for the development of Lesotho. High youth unemployment rates are attributed to inadequate technical skills, dropping out of schools, limited work experiences, mismatch between labor market needs and skills, lack of entrepreneurship skills and venture capital. These are the challenges that we are facing, Mr. Chair, in our country. Lesotho youth population is around 40%. We are having about 36% of female who are HIV positive and 31% of male youth male who are HIV positive. Substance abuse. We have 20% of smoke young people who smoke and 19% who are young people who use alcohol. So in a context of how do I then bring the concept home of the African Charter? We are saying we as young people, we are humbly requesting our government and the international community and SADC Parliamentary Forum to give us a platform as young people to discuss, to empower each other, and to help our country to grow. Mr. Chair, I don't know how many minutes I am left with. If maybe you could allow me to finish up this, but I think I have tried to summarize my presentation, which of course was about to go to 15 minutes.
You are still remaining with 4 minutes. According to the allocated time, the time allocated, you have 4 minutes. If you are not yet done, you can still make use of the 4 minutes. But if you are done, that's fine. Are you done? Romero, are you done? Yeah, perhaps maybe tomorrow is done. Tomorrow, are you there? Or we have lost you? Honorable Chair, we seem to have lost tomorrow, but he appears to have completed almost his submission. Perhaps, Chair, with your permission, we can allow me to call the last one on the skipped list. This was supposed to be made by Bruno Nyoni from Zimbabwe. The title of the submission is Challenges Faced by the Youth with Albinism and Possible Solutions. Bruno Nyoni, are you there now? Bruno Nyoni is not there, so it's still hanging. In this case, we have run through all those that were missed from morning up to now. We are only having 2 informally presented. So out of the 16 submission that your committee received, Honorable Chair, you have received the formal submission today from the 14. Only 2 have not done it. Perhaps at this stage, Chair, with your permission, I can open the floor to those who do not formally make a submission, but perhaps they have a point before you honorable members come in. We have about 10 minutes to make those interventions from the general public. I see a hand, Nyasha. There is a hand from Nyasha. Can you unmute? Can you unmute your mic?
Mr. Mansi? Mr. Mansi?
Yes, Honorable Chair. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Seems like sign language.
Oh, there's a sign language. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So how do we How do we get the message in this case? Our technicians, how do you help us for the members to get the communication? There's a sign language there from Nyasha.
Good afternoon, moderator and the chair, all protocol observed. We have an interpreter in the house who could help us with letting us know what Nyasha is saying. I don't know if Isabel, if you can hear us, if you can just translate to us what Nyasha is saying. Thank you.
That is great, please. Can you proceed? So Nyasha, you may wish to proceed. There's an interpreter who is going to send the message across to the members. Interpreter, please, can you communicate with Nyasha that he has the floor? There's also a hand from Luyana. What?
Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon, moderator.
Yes, we can hear you, Luyana.
Yes, I had a presentation that was supposed to be with the slides, but unfortunately, it appears that the slides are not ready for translation. But I would like to leave some comments on the program that we have today. And my speech is made in Portuguese, so I don't know if the translator is available here.
So, this is sorry. Yes, this Rihanna, this is a different submission from what Nyasha is going to make.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so wait for that. Let's deal with the submission by Nyasha. Those who are dealing with the sign language interpretation, please, can you assist us? So for now, Rihanna, can you drop off your hands? We heard you. Once we deal with the Nyasha, then we will come back to you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Isabel.
Okay. Yes. Okay, my name is Nyasha. I am from Zimbabwe. I am deaf. Continue. So deaf women in Zimbabwe are facing a lot of challenges. Firstly, deaf women in communities are being discriminated, and in all organizations, if they want to go for a job interview or anything, they are not being involved. There are so many barriers that deaf women face. For example, even in business, they are being discriminated. So we don't know how to resolve this issue. Continue. Deaf women are being looked down upon in all communities. Remember, we are also human. We want to be advocated for so that we have a better education as well. So in Zimbabwe, we want to be equally involved, same as hearing people. We want to be welcomed as deaf people. We also have our own culture, but then the use of sign language is very important for us. So we also want to be communicating in our own language, because the Constitution of Zimbabwe also states that sign language is one of the constitutional language. So we also want to learn in sign language. Again, in terms of employment, we are being sidelined. So we want to be included, because at times we are also learning, but we don't have access to employment because of our disability. So we call upon the SADC-PF to make sure that all our grievances are being heard. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Nyasha, for the presentation, and through Isabel, I think the members have got the message. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much. Perhaps now, unless there's something else, Isabel, from Nyasha, which you would wish to communicate. Is it okay? Is it all?
Sorry, I can hardly see the signs. I can't locate the screen.
Okay. We are taking it that the presentation from Nyasha is over. We need your guidance, Isabel.
Sorry, I'm trying to locate it on my screen, but I cannot see her. I'm still looking for her. I'm sorry, I'm trying to make sure that I see the signs clearly, but
Yes, Isabel, we are waiting for that.
wait. I'm having some technical challenge here. Let me try to.
Isabel?
Let me try to stop my video so that I can.
But she will not see you if you stop your video, ma'am.
Oh.
Yeah. Just change the view. You see there's a little button called view.
All right.
Click on speaker.
Speaker, yes.
Yeah, just click on that. Do you see her now?
Yeah, it's still on speaker, but I can't see. My interpretation box is the one that is closing her face, so I cannot even see her face. I'm
Okay,
only seeing.
move yours away.
Sorry?
Can you move yours? The sign language box that you have.
Yeah, I think I can see it now. So
Okay.
much for the assistance.
Okay, please inform her.
So I have my topic that I want to share. That focuses on, sorry. Yes, continue. Okay, so I want to make sure that we young women in Zimbabwe, especially those who are deaf, must be advocated for, because we understand that all the civic processes deaf women are being not educated on. And again, I understand in Namibia, their system there is very clear. It also includes deaf women. But here in Zimbabwe, our system doesn't have that capacity to accept us and to be included in that. So, I want us to be advocated for, so that we'll be able to communicate in our own communities and to be champions in our deaf communities. So myself, I am a strong deaf activist myself, so I'm also pushing that to happen. Yeah, that's my submission. So I hope you also continue to advocate for us, please. Myself, I am a professional activist in Zimbabwe. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think it's done with their presentation. It was just a contribution from what she had mentioned before. So I understand her point being summarized is she's calling out for more advocacy work to ensure that the deaf community is well heard and well included in all facets of life. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Nyasha. Through Isabel, the committee has received the presentation from Nyasha. I think this is in line with the SADC-PF policy of not leaving anyone behind. So I can see that this has been achieved today. Thank you so much also, Nyasha, and you, Isabel, for facilitating that this should happen the way it has happened. We really thank you so much. Keep on. Next time when you hear that SADC-PF has organized other, participatory kind of activities like this one, don't hesitate, please come forth and make your presentation. Once again, thank you on behalf of the GEWAYD Standing Committee. Thank you so much. Thank you, Isabel. You may wish to log out.
Sorry, let the tech IT assist me here. I don't know how to.
Ronald, ICT, perhaps they are asking for your assistance to log them out. our ICT gurus. Would you please assist so that we proceed? Ronald, are we able to proceed in this manner, or do we have to wait? ICT, can you advise? Honorable Chair, we are not getting any feedback from our ICT because the next would have been calling Ruyana, Shanza. I think you seem to have a contribution to make because we want to open up to the members now for their interventions.
Sorry, moderator, is that my presentation was really about to contribute as a member. That's why I have spoken earlier. So I know.
Oh,
Yes, sir?
you are honorable member?
Yes.
Okay.
Not honorable from an assembly, a national assembly, but member of the youth parliament.
A member from?
Youth parliament.
From standing committee?
Yes.
Okay.
But today it's going to be like a contribution for the today's standing committee.
Okay. Perhaps let's just give an opportunity to any other member of the public before you honorable members start coming.
Pastor Mansi?
Yes, honorable chair.
If I understand her correctly, she says she's not a member of the National Assembly. She's a member of the Youth Parliament.
Oh.
Yeah, she's not a member
it.
of GEWAYD committee, yes. She's a member of the Youth Parliament. So I think that she can get an opportunity to participate for now.
Yeah, if that's the case, Rihanna, you can make your contribution because
That's not if I'm correct. That's not if I've read it correctly.
You're
Rihanna, can you clarify, Rihanna? You are a member of the Youth Parliament.
Exactly the same thing. Yes, ma'am, understood correctly.
You are a member of the Youth Parliament.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you already made your contribution? Your submission.
I made my submission. Yes.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Honorable Chair, perhaps now is the time for you, honorable members, to have your intervention after receiving the 14 submissions formally and also from other members of the public. You may wish, the honorable members may wish to make their intervention. Then that is also in a way trying to deal with agenda item number 8, because those contributions were also coming, they may also be coming in a form of, agreeing to some of the recommendations that the committee would wish to be included in the report. So, Honorable Chair, you may now, the members are now free to make. There's a hand from Kuda Mapetule. You have a contribution before the honorable members? Kuda?
Good afternoon, moderator. She is also from the deaf community. So I think Isabel can help.
So we may go the way. Who is going to facilitate? Is it the same Isabel?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Okay.
Yes, I'll assist her. I'm trying to locate her on my screen as well.
Okay.
If the IT guy can assist. I'm kindly asking for Mr. Ronald to assist so that I can see Kudama Petri on the screen.
Ronald, they're asking for your assistance there and your team.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, go ahead,
My
Isabel.
name is Kuda Mapeture from Zimbabwe. I'm a director from an organization called Deaf Rights Zimbabwe, which advocates for the rights of young women with disabilities. And we also make sure that we engage with different partners. Sorry, moving fast. So I'm happy to be invited on this platform because persons with disabilities are mostly not included in these important platforms. I understand whenever policies are being made, most of the times we are not being accepted as persons with disabilities. So for future's sake, I also want to advocate for us to be included in policy making through capacity training so that we'll be able to join in such platforms. Persons with disabilities must also be encouraged to work together with SADC PF so that our lives can improve in Africa. I understand in South Africa, they have immensely improved in terms of communication for the inclusion of language interpretation in different platforms. Also want to push for this in Zimbabwe. So I truly comment on continuous engagement so that the lives of deaf people in terms of communication should also improve. I think it's also important to continuously, sorry, I missed that part. Okay, I had missed the last point. So I encourage to continuously invite or push for disability agendas, ensuring that their grievances are being heard in policy formulation as well as to ensure even the advocates' work should also answer their grievances. I thank you. That's the contribution from Ms. Kudama Petrie from Zimbabwe. She's done with her presentation.
Thank you so much, Kuda Mapeture, for the contribution. The Committee on Gender Empowerment and Youth is very, very pleased with your contribution. And please, next time when you hear that the committee is also having another participatory programs like this one, don't hesitate. Please come forth to the committee for your submission. For now, the committee is really thanking so much for your submission. Thank you so much, Kuda. The ICT, you may wish to log out, Isabel. ICT, are we able to proceed? Honorable Chair, perhaps the floor now is open to you, honorable members, to have your contributions, perhaps all the way up to around 4:25. If there will be contributions thereafter, you will be making closing remarks before perhaps you position for the briefing that was announced earlier on the strategic plan. So, Honorable Chair, perhaps this is the time that you can get intervention from the honorable members following the submission that you have received so far since morning up to now. Over to you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Manzi. Is there anything the IT can do in finding all the members here on the screen? Because I might not see any member of parliament who wants to contribute.
Already there are 2 hands up, Honorable Chair. I can see.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, okay. So, but the rest of the other members, please, ICT, if you are able to bring the screen, the full screen.
I recognize Honorable Esperon from Seychelles and Honorable Teresa from Angola. But first, Honorable Regina Esperon. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon or good evening, everybody. It has been a very interesting day listening to all these presentations. And to my observation, there has been a lot of emphasis put on people living with disability. This morning, in her presentation, Florence, calling herself the disabled advocate, talked about barriers faced by disabled people in the SADC region. She talked about physical barrier, accessibility, issues like poverty, internalized oppression, and she suggested that having person with disability in SADC PF standing committee instead of having others deciding for them. And I think this is a very good initiative which we can put forward. She also pointed out how we can help the building up their self-esteem. Madam Chair, when we talk about opportunity for youth development and empowerment, we should also consider opportunity for the vulnerable group, which include people living with disability, as they should not be left behind. Young women living with disability are also directly affected by decisions made by policymakers and other influential stakeholders. Invaluable fields such as education, employment, healthcare, and climate change have profound impact on the life and prospect of the disabled. And by involving them in all aspects, as advocated by Florence in her presentation, we would be ensuring that their voice are heard and that their needs are being addressed and taken into account when policies are being formulated, which will lead to more equitable and responsive decision-making, and that will guarantee that decisions are made collectively and in the interest of everybody. I would also say that young people can advocate for their interest in shaping the future, have significant impact on policy decision through learning and skill development, and contribute to building a more democratic, inclusive, and sustainable society. The youth, especially young women, are the ones who will inherit the world and live with the consequences of decisions made today. Therefore, it is of utmost importance for young women to actively participate in shaping their future. Their energy, enthusiasm, and willingness to take risks can lead to groundbreaking advancement in areas such as technology, social justice, and environmental stability. We have heard a lot of this in the presentation over these 2 days. I would like to sum it and congratulate all the presenters for their fruitful deliberation and submission made today at this virtual meeting. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for the valuable and beautiful contributions, Honorable Esperon. Moving over to Honorable Teresa from Angola.
Muito obrigado, Senhora Presidente, e boa tarde a todos. Em primeiro lugar, gostaria de parabenizar todos os intervenientes pelas apresentações. É gratificante constatar que o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC aproveitou a sua posição regional singular para propiciar uma plataforma deste tipo que permite a interação dos parlamentares com os cidadãos da SADC. Senhora Presidente, o Estado de Angola tem implementado programas e projetos que visam integração regional através da aceleração da implementação das políticas, protocolos, acordos, resoluções e recomendações da SADC dos mais variados níveis. Considerando as recomendações regionais sobre a promoção da igualdade de gênero no nosso país, o empoderamento feminino constitui um dos pilares da política angolana. Nos últimos anos, o país registrou uma melhoria significativa no quadro da emancipação das mulheres em todas as esferas. Em Angola, as mulheres têm contribuído cada vez mais para o desenvolvimento econômico, social e cultural do país. Na esfera política, estrutura jurídica e política do país é um conducente para a igualdade de gênero, a promoção do empoderamento da mulher e o combate às formas de discriminação. Em termos de legislação, com o objetivo de garantir a participação e representação de mulheres na política, o Parlamento angolano aprovou a Lei 25/11 contra a violência doméstica para punir os prevaricadores, quer dizer, os criminosos. Na política, podemos citar a Lei número 22/10, de 3 de dezembro, Lei dos Partidos Políticos, que apela aos partidos a estimularem a promoção da igualdade de oportunidades e a equidade entre homens e mulheres, bem como a representação de mulheres não inferior a 30% nos seus órgãos diretivos. Senhora Presidente, considerando as recomendações regionais sobre a igualdade do gênero, promoção da mulher e desenvolvimento da juventude, Angola continua a implementar o Programa de Proteção da Criança, o Programa de Intensificação da Alfabetização e da Educação de Jovens e Adultos. Estamos a falar da mulher, o Programa de Desenvolvimento Local e Combate à Pobreza, o Programa das Transferências Sociais Monetárias, o Programa do Gênero e Empoderamento da Mulher, assim como o Plano de Erradicação do Trabalho Infantil. A execução dos programas que acabo de referir tem permitido criar um conjunto de instrumentos públicos políticos para reforço da produção da criança e da mulher, no acesso a serviços de justiça e assistência social adequadas, assim como a promoção de um conjunto de ações que visam estimular a valorização do capital humano. Em relação ao combate à pobreza, o desemprego juvenil e a fome é um dos mecanismos utilizados pelo Estado angolano para combater esses problemas e é investido na agricultura. A título de exemplo, o governo de Angola tem implementado o programa Plana Grão e o projeto de construção do corredor ferroviário do Lubito. O programa Plana Grão é um programa de fomento à produção de grãos. Por outro lado, o projeto do corredor ferroviário do Lubito, na província de Benguela, é um projeto estratégico que poderá ligar o Oceano Atlântico, o Oceano Índico, bem como facilitar a troca de produtos na região. Considerando as políticas levadas a cabo com o objetivo de promover o empoderamento dos jovens, o governo angolano tem implementado políticas que favorecem a juventude, como a concessão de bolsas de estudo, tem feito acordo com as empresas para a implementação de estágios que favoreçam a empregabilidade juvenil e o acesso ao primeiro emprego. Determinou uma cota para a inclusão do jovem no setor público e privado e favorece a concessão de crédito jovem para fomentar a inovação e ao empreendedorismo. Senhora Presidente, para terminar, permita-me que parabenize mais uma vez o gabinete da senhora secretária-geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SEDEC pela forma única e inclusiva como decorreu esta reunião. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Honorable Neto, for the contribution. Any other contribution from any other honorable member? I see a hand. Yes, Honorable Pilangulu, I will give you a chance. I just want to find out. Bora Kaumba.
Yes, can you hear me?
Is it a contribution? What is it? Because I'm not busy with all the members of parliament.
Yes, it's a contribution from Sayof Sadek. I'm the head of the gender cluster.
Just hold on for me. Just hold on for me. Where is, did you contribute already? Because I think that we have concluded with all the other organizations. And
Okay,
now
it's
as we are moving towards the conclusion of the meeting, we are entertaining members of parliament, members of this committee.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you.
Yes, Chair. Now it's the turn for the honorable members. Apologies for those who are coming at this stage from the public. Let's allow the honorable members now to make their contributions because we are coming to the tail end of the program.
Thank you. Moving over, Honorable Pilangulu.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon.
We want to see your face,
Chair.
Honorable.
Not now.
Okay.
Chair, let me join other members by congratulating all the submissions that were received since we started in the morning. Bearing in mind that policies and constitutions differ from one parliament to the other. But I want to bring this into consideration. Under gender-based violence and prevention and support, I think we need to strengthen domestic legislation and policies to align with SADC regional instruments to effectively address gender-based violence. And also we need to advocate for cross-border collaboration and harmonization of laws to address gender-based violence within the SADC region. Again, we need to allocate resources specifically for gender-based violence prevention and support programs, including survivor services and rehabilitation initiatives. And also to establish parliamentary committees or task forces focused on gender-based violence issues to drive legislation, action, and oversight. Under economic inclusion and empowerment, we need to advocate for budgetary allocations that prioritize women and youth economic empowerment programs, and also to establish parliamentary forums or caucuses on women and youth entrepreneurship to shape policies and provide oversight. Under youth development and gender equality, we need to push for legislation and policies that enhance access to quality education and skills development for young people, and also to promote youth representation in parliament structures and committees to ensure their voices are heard. And youth political participation and gender equity, we need to advocate for legislative reforms that eliminate barriers to youth political participation within SADC countries, and also to promote gender balance in parliamentary representation by implementing quotas or affirmative action measures, and also to encourage SADC parliamentary to provide platforms for youth-focused policy discussions and consultations. And eliminating barriers to education and skills development. I think we need to push for legislation that eliminates gender-based discrimination and barriers to education, to advocate for increased budgetary allocation to ensure quality education, especially in marginalized areas, and also to establish parliamentary oversight committees focused on education and skills development. We also need to support initiatives that address specific challenges such as early marriages, teenage pregnancies, and school dropout rates among girls. And we need also to promote legislation or approaches that enforces gender responsive budgetary within SADC parliaments. And gender responsive national budget. We need to advocate for inclusion of gender analysis and impact assessment in budget decision-making process, and also to create mechanism for parliamentary scrutiny of budget proposals to ensure gender and youth consideration are as prioritized. Under recognition and addressing of intersexual discrimination, Chair, we need to advocate for the inclusion of marginalized groups in parliamentary structures, committees, and decision-making process. Also to support the development of policies and programs tailored to meet the needs of diverse and marginalized communities. We also need to promote parliamentary debates and discussion specifically focused on international discrimination and social justice. With these few remarks, Chair, I want to thank you and also to welcome each and everyone who participated to make this day or this oversight public hearings to happen. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pilangulu. Moving over, my immediate predecessor. Honorable from Madagascar.
Merci, Président.
Merci.
Bonsoir. Je vais me présenter un peu parce que depuis ce matin, je ne me suis pas présentée. Donc, je suis Massi Goulamali Marie-Jeanne d'Arc, députée de Madagascar, présidente de la commission genre et de développement au niveau de l'Assemblée nationale et membre de la commission permanente GEWAYD au sein de l'AFP SADC. Pour commencer, j'aimerais remercier tous les intervenants de nous avoir donné des informations précieuses et complètes dans un temps très limité, notamment celle de Nyasha Ruvembo Shikiwa et de Kuda Mapeture, très brève mais considérable. Ensuite, je tiens à vous dire que depuis hier, je participe à un atelier de mise en place du réseau parlementaire sur la justice reproductive à Touamassi, côte est de Madagascar, avec quelques députés, des responsables de la santé publique et des personnels administratifs des deux parlements, Assemblée nationale et le Sénat. Nous invoquons surtout les sujets relatifs à l'avortement. Des discussions et des échanges se déroulent émerveillement. De même ici, les présentateurs ont pu mettre en évidence l'importance de chaque topic lors de leur présentation perspective. Au cours des dites présentations, le rôle important que chacun doit jouer face à la situation a été souligné. J'exhorte donc nous tous, en particulier les députés, à veiller à ce que le loi soit mise en place pour résoudre les problèmes financiers, sociaux et matériels afin de faciliter la sécurité de tous, en particulier des jeunes, face aux divers problèmes. Pour finir, comme disait le président Ronald Reagan, en travaillant ensemble et en réunissant nos richesses, nous pouvons accomplir des grandes choses. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous remercie de votre attention. Merci les collègues.
Thank you, Honorable Mary Jane. Any other contribution from any other honorable member present?
Je vous en prie.
Any other contribution, honorable members? Any other contribution? Do we still have members to contribute? Do I assume that we have come to the end of the proceedings for today? Can I get an indication? Madam SG, is she around?
Madam Chair, what kind of the information you wanted to get from SG?
No, I was asking whether we can assume that we are done with the work that
Yes.
we were busy with, Mr.
Yes.
Manzi.
Yes,
So we've come
Honorable.
to the conclusion.
Yes, Honorable Chair, now you have come to the conclusion. What remains is with you, Honorable Chair, to make your closing remarks. To thank those who made the presentation, the members, and then you close the meeting. Once
Thank you, Mr. Manzi.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Madam Vice President of SADC PF. Honorable Mary Joanne Sabrina Cho of Mauritius, honorable members of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women's Advancement and Youth Development, the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Poemo Sekoma, members of Parliament who have joined this meeting virtually, eminent institutions or individuals that made submissions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to address you as we have come to the close of this public hearing, whose theme is amplifying citizens' voices in regional integration in Southern Africa, bridging the engagement gap by bringing Parliament to the people. Indeed, it has been a very interactive and fruitful public hearing. I am certain that the informative submissions that have been made will not be easily forgotten. They will go a long way in enabling our committee to come up with concrete and actionable resolutions and recommendations for the plenary assembly session. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, considering the cardinal and unique roles of parliaments in representing the people, checking on the executive, making the laws and allocating resources to priority areas, I am convinced that this public hearing has provided us with necessary evidence that should fit in our architecture of work as we advocate for women's equality and enhanced youth involvement in our member states. Further, with this enlightenment, it is expected of us to keep abreast of latest development trends, obtaining not only in the region or in Africa, but across the globe. This will greatly help us enhance our oversight responsibility in matters of equal gender representation. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, at this juncture, permit me to convey my sincere gratitude to all of you participants, not only sparing time from your busy schedules to attend this very important public hearing, but also for your high-level engagement. This, to me, is a clear demonstration of your dedication and commitment to our regional parliamentary duties in general, as well as the well-being of the citizenry of our region in particular. Further, I would like to thank all the people that made submissions for their insightful and elaborative proposals. Furthermore, let me also thank the SADC Secretary General and her team for the effective manner in which they have managed the public hearings. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, with these few remarks, it is my singular honor and privilege to declare these public hearings officially closed. To our esteemed public participants, I wish you a good evening and hope you log in tomorrow for another rich engagement with the human development and special programs from 11 o'clock to 4 o'clock. I thank you for your kind attention. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for the closing remarks. This marks the end of the program today. Now what remains is for the honorable members to remain behind as requested earlier for a briefing on the strategic plan. I think that's what remains for now. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I also enjoyed the moderation with your standing committee. Thank you so much.
And I did not thank you, did I? Mr.
No, Chair, it was implied. It was implied, Chair. That
I must give you a special thank you.
No, thank you so
for
much.
moderating the session.
Thank you so much.
Well.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Good.
It was not easy now to bring in a sign language and other things. It was not easy, but it happened.
It's a language also.
Exactly.
We shouldn't forget them.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you,
Thank you
Chair.
very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Honorable
sir.
Regina.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Talita Monakotla.
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
Could remain in the session whilst we are excusing our members that have been participating in the public hearing. The GEWAYD members are requested to remain in session.
Until what time?
No, we will just sort out a few in-house matters. No, we will not take long. Because chairperson is also not here.
Okay. All right, that's fine. I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Manzi?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I'm here. I am trying to liaise with my colleagues to make sure that the consultants, they join in and they should start the program. I'm doing that now.
If I can remember, our chairperson didn't want to miss that. Let's quickly do a roll call on how many members of us are present here today. And then we can probably agree on what we can do moving forward.
Okay. Okay, that being the case, Angora, is Angora still online?
Then we must follow Portuguese.
Angora seems to have logged out. Botswana, did we have Botswana? We didn't have
Yes,
Botswana.
she's in.
Yes, I'm around. Yes.
So Botswana is around.
Yes.
But Angola is not.
Seems not.
Okay. Did we have DRC?
No.
Oh, Angola is around. Okay. Angola is around. Okay. Okay. We didn't have DRC.
I have not seen her for today. I'm not sure whether she's in.
Lesotho. Did we have Lesotho?
No, Lesotho and Lesotho have not elected yet, I think, or they have not made a replacement yet.
Yeah,
Remember,
maybe.
they had elections. Lesotho, Eswatini, Zimbabwe.
Okay. So Madagascar, do we have Madagascar?
Yes, we have.
Okay, they're in here, they've logged in.
Yeah, she's in.
Okay. Malawi.
Oui, je suis là.
Malawi was in.
Malawi, Ona Bugadama, are you there?
Where is she? She was in.
She was there, but she's not there now, or should we record that she's in?
I'm here.
Where
Okay,
are you?
fine.
Okay.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I see you.
Yeah, okay. Malawi is there. I can see. Mauritius, I don't think they had attended. Mauritius. Namibia, I can see the vice chair.
Mauritius is there. Mauritius is there.
Oh, Mauritius is there?
I think so. Is the or it's Madagascar?
It's
Madagascar. Madagascar?
It's Madagascar. Yes. Okay.
She's
then
waiting.
in Namibia, Honorable Vice Chair, I can see. Seychelles, I can see Honorable Regina. South Africa, do we have South Africa?
She was here. Kate?
Yes, we have got South Africa.
Okay, thank you. Zambia, Honorable Kasune, is she still there? Maybe she has left. Then Mozambique, they didn't attend. Then
I
Tanzania
think Mozambique was there.
was there, okay.
She contributed.
Mhm.
And then what happened afterwards?
Then finally, Tanzania, the chair has made an excuse. So about 7 to 8 members that are still around. Maybe we can proceed with the briefing.
Honorable Bora Kaumba,
Is which country is that one?
she's in.
What country is that?
I don't know.
I don't think she's a member.
No.
And he has left a hand. She has left, but she has left the hand hanging there. ICT, can you drop the hands for Honorable for Bora Kaumba?
Honorable Bora Kaumba, yes, in future.
Or even dislodge.
Oh,
Hey.
Botswana.
Botswana.
Honorable Chair, let's wait a little bit. The consultant, I'm sure they should be. Let's proceed. I think there are quite a number of about 8 MPs are still around.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Mansi,
Yes, Honorable.
how many members are around from? How do you count the quorum?
We're supposed to have 15.
Okay.
The quorum should be 50 plus 1, at least 8. Yes.
Okay.
So you are there, you're 8.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Are we 8?
Madam Chair, I think we are 7.
We are 7.
We are Angola, Botswana, Madagascar, Malawi, Namibia, South Africa, and Seychelles.
Oh, Mozambique, no, because I thought you said Mozambique is also there.
Mozambique was in, but she locked out probably.
Oh, then you are 7. If that's the case,
Yeah, so
then
we
you are
cannot
7.
continue.
Yeah, because the quorum should be 8.
Maybe you must just give us the gist of what you wanted to give us. So we cannot have an in-depth discussion.
Yeah, but that has to be done by the consultants.
Yes.
It's not me. Yeah, so
we don't have a quorum, so we cannot continue.
yeah, so allow them to make a presentation, then you make a decision to say no. But since we are not forming a quorum, many members of other members have left. Then perhaps discussion can take place later, after you receive the briefing.
Okay, after the briefing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So, Madam Chair, what do? We stay online?
Let's stay online. Let's hear them out, and let's inform them that we are not a quorum. We just listen to them. Will it do us any harm?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Makawe Masie. I'm a senior partner at Headhunters International in Zimbabwe. I'm glad to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to just have a brief discussion with you. I've been following since I joined about 7 or 8 minutes ago, and I do appreciate the fact that you're not a quorum at the moment. However, the nature of what we wanted to discuss with you, I do not think necessarily requires you to resolve anything, but rather it's more a sort of, 1, a brief, and 2, it is an initiative to sort of solicit information that may help us. So the background to the situation that we have before us is that we have been recruited by the Secretariat of the SADC Parliamentary Forum to assist the Secretariat in developing a strategic plan for 2024 through to 2028. So that's the mandate that we've been given. And as a part of that, we saw it fit to also then sort of get to understand the expectations of some of the major stakeholders to the SADC PF. And it was brought about in a meeting with the Secretariat to say that we could try to take advantage of the consultations that will be happening this week. This is what essentially has brought us here. So I am faced with an option to do one of two things. Number one, either engage with the generality of yourselves in a sort of question and answer session where we'll seek to understand some of the expectations that you have of the Parliamentary Forum in terms of what it should do relating to its strategic plan over the next 5 years and some of the challenges that you've faced and some of the needs that you have as key stakeholders to the forum that you currently have now. The second alternative is that if you would allow, perhaps maybe what we can do is to share a link to an online questionnaire that we would request you to log onto that online questionnaire and complete the questionnaire relating to the same issue. So first and foremost, this is what brings us here. And secondly, our indulgence is done with the aim to get you to provide us with certain bits and pieces of information. I'm not too sure what your preference would then be.
Thank you very much, Mr. Masiwe. Honorable members, we have heard the request. It's up to us now to agree with them or to give a proposal on how we want it to be done. The floor is yours, Honorable Esperon. Okay, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I don't know if it's the same procedure like we did yesterday, that the questionnaire was sent online and then we can fill it online and submit it. Maybe we could proceed with the same way.
Sure.
Suggestion.
Sure.
Where he gives us the link, give us the link to the questionnaire so we can fill it online and then we can submit it.
SADC PF definitely has all our contact details. And let them provide you with our contact details. You send it online, we complete it online, and it's easy.
All right, brilliant stuff. I think it's in order. I think it makes sense. So what we'll do is allow us to then engage with the Secretariat, and then we can perhaps maybe move forward from there. Yeah, I see there's a couple of hands there. I don't know, perhaps maybe there could be questions that would be addressed to us as well.
Oui, merci de m'avoir donné la parole.
Just to come in, Honorable Chair.
Oui.
Oh, sorry.
Oui.
Honorable Mary Jane?
Oui, je voulais juste confirmer ce que disent mes collègues Regina et Paula. C'est la questionnaire en ligne qui est mieux pour moi, je pense. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Honorable Mary Jane.
Honorable Chair, perhaps on related to that, it would also be important for the consultants, perhaps just to indicate the timelines in which they would want the feedback from the honorable members, because I am sure that they're working within a time frame for their assignment. So as we are preparing the questionnaire for the honorable members, it would also be useful and helpful indicate as to when you would want the feedback from the honorable members. Thank you.
So,
Okay. So I think that's a fair comment. We were trying to get all the information perhaps by about the 17th of October. So that would be Tuesday next week. So if it's acceptable to you, of course, this is not cast in stone, but if it's acceptable to you, that's the date that we would prefer to have collected all the information by.
yes, Honorable Roseby. Honorable Kadama, I see you have a hand up.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable
Hello?
Kadama. Yes.
Yes, sorry to disturb you, but I cannot get anything from the presenter. There's no sound.
Okay. We have resolved that we will get the questionnaire on our devices. We complete it and then we send it back before the 17th, which is Tuesday.
Okay,
Did
thank you,
you
Honorable Chair.
attend? Did you attend yesterday's meeting of RWPC?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that very same exercise.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure, sure.
Okay, so I'm sure if we've got no other quick questions that are directed to us, we appreciate the opportunity to engage with you. So please be expecting to see emails that are coming from headhunters.co.zw relating to this particular exercise. And we will be eagerly awaiting the responses online. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Merci. Veluma.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
ICT, you can